is there's a combination of both American doctors and the FDA that team up to prevent this or slow this. And one argument is, oh, the AI is not better than a human 100% of the time because it's not deployed yet. Therefore, it could make an error. Therefore, it's bad, even if it's better than 99% of doctors, 90%. Another argument is the software has to go through design control. Okay, and basically, once you understand how FDA works, basically imagine the most bureaucratic, frozen process for code deployment of any company ever. And that is the most nimble thing ever relative to FDA's design. So just to review, A, talked about how FDA was blocking all this stuff. B, talked about why ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. C, talked about how with the diagnostic stuff, you can shift it over to ambulatory. D, talked about how there's lots of things where you could have a combination of doctor and AI and an app that you kind of quickly self-diagnose. Some of this is happening now. Some of the telemedicine laws were relaxed during COVID, where now people, a doctor from Wyoming can prescribe for somebody in Minnesota. Like some of that stuff was relaxed during COVID. Okay. There's other broken things about this, and I'll just name two more, and then kind of move on. Okay. I mentioned like AMA and CPT. Okay.
Those are for regulatory bodies.
AMA, American Medical Association, CPT, current procedural terminology. Okay. Basically, Marx's labor theory of value, where people are supposed to be paid on their effort, right? Of course, the issue with this is that you'd be paying a physicist to try to dunk, and they'd be trying, but they wouldn't actually probably be able to do it. They'd be trying real hard. Whereas you actually want to pay people on basically results, right? Cheaply attained results are actually better than expensively attained non-results, perhaps obvious, okay? Nevertheless, the way that the U.S. medical system has payouts is based on something called RVUs, relative value units. And this is something where there's a government body that sets these prices, and it is in theory only for Medicare, but all the private insurers key off of that. And AMA basically publishes a list of these so-called the CPT codes, which is like the coding, the biomedical coding of this, and what each medical process is worth, and whatnot. So it's like, I don't remember all the numbers, but it's like a 5-digit code, and it's like, okay, I got a test for cystic fibrosis, or a test for this, or a test for that. God help you if your medical billing is erroneous. Why? The insurance company will reject it because it doesn't pay for that. This is this giant process of trying to encode, every possible ailment and condition into these CPT codes, and you can literally get degrees in medical billing just for this. Okay, this enormous, inefficient industry. Okay, like literally, medical billing is a whole field. Okay?
Now, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to work in medical billing.
In medical billing, okay, where everybody's mad at you at all times.
Yeah.
Part of what happens is when you give a treatment, when a doctor gives a treatment to a patient, they can't like repo the treatment. Okay, like a car, you sell a car, you can in theory repo the car. So the patient has a treatment. Now, what happens? Well, the insurance company, that treatment is perhaps provided. Look, it's a lab test provided by a company, right? The company bills the patient. The company is supposed to charge a high price. Why? The insurance company wants it to try to collect from the patient. The patient is scared. Oh my God, they see this huge price. They sometimes don't pay. Sometimes the insurance company doesn't pay either. And when a company is stiffed by an insurance company, when a diagnostic company is stiffed by an insurance company, it has to jack up the price on everybody else, right? Everything boils down to the fact that you don't have, a buyer and a seller. The doctor doesn't know the price of what is being sold. The buyer doesn't know the price of what is being bought at the time it's being bought. Neither party can really even set a free price because there's this RVU system that hovers above. The buyer feels they've already bought it because they bought insurance. The insurance company doesn't want to pay for it. Everybody is trying to push the price onto somebody else and, not actually show the sticker price of anything and hide everything and so on and so forth. Oh, the other thing about it is obviously lawsuits are over everything. Everybody's mad about everything. It's health. People are dying. Okay. So everything is just optimized for optics as opposed to results, right? Similarly, actually, many drugs are optimized for minimizing side effects and optics rather than maximizing effects, which are totally different criteria, right? You might have, for example, a drug that only cures 1,000 people but doesn't have any side effects versus one that cures 1,000,000 people but that has 10 really serious side effects a year, right? And the second one would probably not happen because those side effects would be so big. Okay. How do you attack this? I named a few examples, but I actually think the reform is going to come in part from outside the system. In particular, India is coming online. Okay, why is that important? Well, you may have encountered an Indian doctor, okay, maybe an Indian programmer, one or two, all right? And I do think telemedicine could explode, right? Where you could have an Indian doctor, in India, and there's a U.S. doctor, okay, who's like a dispatcher.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've got all these other Indian doctors behind them. They've got a telemedical app, and you are now doing something where these relatively inexpensive Indian doctors who are vetted by the American doctor or the doctor in the jurisdiction license become the back-end doctors of that. To some extent, it's already there with teleradiology and other kinds of things, right? But now that you've got literally like 1 billion Indians who just come online, okay, you have this huge pool of folks who have a different attitude towards medicine. For example, it's a lot more cash payment. For example, India is big on generic drugs. For example, during COVID, it had something called the Robi Safety, which is a national telemedicine. Okay, the US wasn't able to ship that. In some ways, India's digital infrastructure, again, you'll have to read a post called The Internet Country by tigerfeathers.substack.com, and you'll see that actually India's national software infrastructure is surprisingly good. It's not as good as China's in some ways, but it's like better than the US's, which is like healthcare.gov and non-existent. It's like kind of impressive how good some of India's software is. The fact that it exists is good. So you have all these new doctors coming online. India cranks out generics, right? Telemedicine is now more legal in the US, and you have cash payment in India, right? And in a lot of other places. You don't have the whole insurance, employer health thing. And this market is growing. So you could have a sort of parallel market that starts evolving, right? Which is, and people are only doing some medical tourism, I think that's another exit from the FDA. You have a parallel market that starts evolving, that just starts from fundamentally different premises. Just cash for everything, right? There's downsides with cash for everything. There's a huge upside with cash for everything. Cash for everything means you get customer service from the doctor. It means the prices are actually visible. It ideally pushes you, again, towards more ambulatory medicine rather than ambulance medicine. It is monitoring, constant monitoring with quantified self and whatnot, as opposed to just let your system fail and then wheel you in, right? There's a reputational bridge because now we've had a couple of generations almost of Indian doctors in the US, so people know that there's some very competent Indian doctors. They're a good chunk of AMA, and so they can sort of lobby for this. And you have plenty of Indian engineers. Now, I'm not saying India alone is a panacea, but I do think that this is a large enough parallel market to start doing interesting things.
Yeah, you could see sort of medical tourism, medical migration, to where it gives India an opportunity to basically let go of the constraints of the FDA.
Yeah,
and innovate aggressively, and I mean, it's such a huge opportunity to define the future of medicine and make a shit ton of money from a market that's desperate for it in the United States because of all the over-regulation.
That's right. And I think basically something there, the reason it needs
and that would fix the FDA, so I have to interrupt.
Yes, we fix the FDA by exiting the FDA,
yeah.
Right?
And then the FDA would dry out, and then it would hopefully...
It might reform, it might dry out, right? And this is, why people are, for example, they're traveling across borders, they're getting orders from Canadian pharmacies. A lot of this type of stuff, we can start to build alternatives, right? I mean, India's generic industry is really important because it just doesn't enforce American IP there. So generic drugs are cheaper, right? And it's quite common. It's been around for a while. So there's enough proof points there where, again, I'm not saying a panacea. It's going to be something which will require like American and Indian collaboration. I think there's going to be a lot of other countries and so on that are involved. You can start to see another pole getting set up, which is a confident enough civilization that is willing to take another regulatory path, right? And that is in some ways doing better on national software than the US is. And it has enough of a bridge to the US that it can be that stimulation which you need, which is kind of something that outside poke, right? I want to talk about India, but let me just kind of wrap up on this big FDA biomedical kind of thing, right? With the book, The Network State, the purpose of the network state, is to, I want people to be able to build different kinds of network states. I want people to build the vegan village. I want people to be able to build a, if they want to do the Bendic option, like a Christian network state. If people want to do different kinds of things, I'm open to many different things, and I will fund lots of different things. For me, the motivation is just like you needed to start a new currency, Bitcoin. It was easier to do that than reform the Fed. I think it's easier to start a new country than reform the FDA. And so I want to do it to, particularly get to longevity, right? Meaning longevity enhancement, right? And what does that mean? So in an interesting way, and this will sound like a trite statement, but I think it's actually a deep statement. I'm going to hopefully try to convince you it is. Crypto is to finance sort of what longevity is to, currency events. Why? It inverts certain fundamental assumptions. Okay, so at first, crypto looks like traditional finance. It's got the charts and the bands, and you're buying and selling something. But what Satoshi did is he took fundamental premises and flipped them. For example, in the traditional macroeconomic worldview, hyperinflation is bad, but deflation is also bad. So a little inflation is good, right? In the traditional macroeconomic worldview, it's good that there are custodians, banks, that kind of intermediate the whole system, right? In the traditional worldview, every transaction needs to be reversible because somebody can make a mistake, and so on and so forth, right? In the traditional worldview, you don't really have root access with your money. Satoshi inverted all of those things. Okay, obviously, the big one is hyperinflation was bad, but he also thought mild inflation was bad and deflation was good. That's just a fundamental shift. Okay. Give you root access over your money. You're now a system administrator of your own money. You can room-RF your entire fortune or send millions with a keystroke. You are now the system administrator of your own money. That alone is why cryptocurrency is important. If you want system administration access at times to computers, you'll want it to currency, right? To be sovereign. Now, there's other assumptions where, like, the assumption is every transaction is private in the existing system by default, or it's visible only to the state, whereas at least the initial, the Bitcoin blockchain, everything is public, right? There are various kinds of things like this where he just inverted fundamental premises. And then the whole crypto system the crypto economy is in many ways a teasing out of what that means. Just to give you one example, the US dollar, people have seen those graphs where it's like inflating, and so it just like loses value over time, and we've seen that, okay? Whereas, and most of the time it's just sort of denied that it's losing any value. The most highbrow way of defending it is the US dollar trades off temporary short-term price stability for long-term depreciation. Mm-hmm. And Bitcoin makes the opposite trade-off. In theory, at least, long-term appreciation at the expense of short-term price instability. Because, there's the whole plunge protection team and so on. Basically, there's various ways in which price stability is tried to be maintained in the medium term at the expense of long-term depreciation. You need like a reserve of assets to keep, stabilizing the dollar against various things. So what does crypto medicine look like relative to fiat medicine, to make this analogy, right? The existing medical system, it assumes that a quick death is bad and early death is bad, but also that living forever is either unrealistic or impossible or undesirable, that you should die with dignity or something like that, okay? So a little death is good. That's the existing medical system. Whereas the concept of life extension and, David Sinclair and, what you call health span rejects that fundamental premise. And it says, actually, the way to defeat cancer is to defeat aging. Aging is actually a programmed biological process, and we have results that are showing stopping or even reversing aging in some ways. And so now, just like with the other thing, you say a quick death is bad, and so is actually death itself, right? So we actually want significant life extension. This is similar. It's very similar to what the rejection of the fiat system, right? The fiat system says a little inflation is good. Fiat medicine says a little death is good. Bitcoin says actually no inflation, just get more valuable over time. And crypto medicine says actually let's extend life. this leads to all kinds of new things where you start actually thinking about, all right, how do I maintain my health with, diagnostics? How do I, take control of my mental health with the decentralization of medicine? All the stuff that I've been describing sort of fits, like longevity is traditional medicine as crypto is to traditional
Well,
currency.
if we take those assumptions separately, so we take cryptocurrency aside, is that to you obvious that this letting go of this assumption about death is that an obvious thing? Is longevity obviously good versus, for example, the devil's advocate to that would be what we want is to keep death and maximize the quality of life up until the end.
Well,
like so that you're right into the sunset. I think.
Somebody who was listening to the whole podcast said, well, Balaji, just a few hours ago you were saying this gerontocracy runs the U.S. and they're all old and they don't get it, blah, blah. And they were talking about making people live forever, so there's never any new blood to wash that. Haha, what a contradiction, right?
It's funny that you're so on point
How do you live,
across
Big
all the
Dog?
topics all the topics we covered and the possible criticism of it.
Well, just try and anticipate, some
No,
something,
good.
right?
Well done.
So I think the argument
Why?
on that is
Why not, B?
so long as you have a frontier, it is okay for someone to live long, okay? So long as people can exit to a new thing, number one. Number two is, in order for us to go and, colonize other planets and so on, if you do want to get to Mars, if you want to become, Star Trek and, what have you, probably going to need to have, just to survive a long flight, so to speak, multiple light year flight, you're going to need to have life extension. So to become a pioneering interstellar company, I know that's like it's the kind of thing which sounds like, okay, yeah, I mean, we're on the moon, we're going to need shovels. It sounds like a piling a fantasy on top of a fantasy in that sense, but it's also something where if you're talking about the vector of our civilization, where are we going? Well, I actually do think it's either anarcho-primitivism or optimalism / transhumanism. Either we are shutting down civilizations, degrowth, it's Unabomber, etc., or it's the stars and escaping the prime number base.
It's like, to me, it's obvious that we're going to, if we're to survive, expand out into space.
Yes.
And it's obvious that once we do, we'll look back at anyone, which is currently most people, that didn't think of this future, didn't anticipate this future, work towards this future as Luddites, like as people who totally didn't get it. It will become obvious. Right now it's impossible, and then it will become obvious.
Yes.
It seems like, yes, longevity in some form, I mean, there could be a lot of arguments for different forms longevity could take, but in some form, longevity is almost a prerequisite for the expansion out into the cosmos.
Yes, right.
Expansion of longevity.
There's also like a way to bring it back to Earth to an extent, which is how were societies used to be judged. You may remember people used to talk about life expectancy as a big thing, right? Life expectancy is actually a very, very, very good metric. Why? It's a ratio scale variable. There's like 4 different class of variables statisticians talk about. Ratio scale is like years or meters or kilograms, okay? Then you have interval scale, where plus and minus means something, there's no absolute zero. Then you have ordinal, where there's only ranks, and plus and minus or anything. And then you have categorical, like the Yankees and the Braves are categorical variables, they're just different, but all you have is the comparator on whether you have a quality, you have a rank. Okay. So ratio scale data is the best because you can compare it across space and time. If you have a skeleton that is like, 2 meters tall, that's from 3,000 years ago, you can compare the height of people from many, many years ago, different cultures and times, right? Whereas their currency is much harder to value. That's not like a ratio scale variable. Other things are harder to value across space and time, right? So life expectancy is good because as a ratio scale variable, with a very clear definition, right? Like when someone born and died, those are actually relatively clear. But most other things aren't like that. That's why murder or death, that it can be scored. It's unambiguous. It's done when it's done. Whereas when does somebody get sick? Oh, they were kind of sick. They were sick today. They were sick at this hour. The boundary conditions, many other kinds of things are not like clear cut. Right?
And I should just briefly comment that life expectancy does have this quirk a dark quirk that it, when we just crudely look at it, is incorporates child mortality
Yes.
at age of 1 or age of 5, and maybe it's better and clearer to look at mortality after 5 or whatever. And that's still, those metrics still hold in interesting ways and measure the progress of human civilization in interesting ways.
That's right. You actually want longevity biomarkers. A lot of people are working on this. There's a book called The Picture of Dorian Gray, right? And the concept is sell your soul to, ensure that the picture rather than he will age and fade, right? And so the concept is that that thing on the wall just reflects his age, and you can see it, okay? So there's a premise that's embedded in a lot of Western culture that to gain something you must lose. If you're Icarus and you try to fly, then you will, you'll fly too high and you'll melt your wings. But guess what? We fly every day, commercial airflight, right? So the opposite of like the Icarus or Picture of Dorian Gray kind of thing is the movie Limitless, which I love because it's so Nietzschean and so unusual relative to the dystopian, sci-fi movies where there's without giving, the movie's kind of old now, but there's a drug in it that's a nootropic that boosts, your cognitive abilities, and it's got side effects. But at the end, he engineers out the side effects. Amazing. Just like, there are planes that crash and we land, right? Okay. So why did I mention the Picture Dorian Gray? Well, there's another aspect of it, which is longevity biomarker. The point is to kind of estimate how many years of life you have left by, that Q.bio or Intigrome, or you take all these analyses on somebody, right? One of the best longevity biomarkers could be just your face, right? You image the face and you can sort of tell, oh, somebody looks like they've aged, oh, somebody looks younger, et cetera, et cetera. And this is actually data that you've got on millions and millions of people, where you could probably start having AI predict, okay, what is somebody's life expectancy given their current face and other kinds of things, right? Because you have their name, they have your birth date, you have their, date they passed away if they've already passed away, right? You have photos of them through their life, right? So just imaging might give a reasonably good longevity biomarker. But then you can supplement that with a lot of other variables. And now you can start benchmarking every treatment by its change in how much time you have left. If that treatment, that intervention boosts your estimated life expectancy by 5 years, you can see that in the data. You can get feedback on whether your longevity is being boosted or not, okay? And so what this does, it just fundamentally changes the assumptions in the system. Now, with that said, life extension may be the kind of thing, I'm not sure if it'll work for our generation. We may be too late. It may work for the next generation.
Will that make you sad?
Oh, I've got something.
You're the last generation.
Could be, but I've got something, which is, I call it genomic reincarnation. Okay, this one you probably haven't heard before. I tweeted about it. Okay, so
by the way, good time to mention that your Twitter is one of the greatest Twitters of all time. So
well, Lex Friedman has one of the greatest podcasts of all time. You guys should listen to the Lex Friedman podcast, which you may be doing, right?
Which you may be doing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So,
what was the term again? Sorry, genomic.
So I call it genomic, not resurrection, but genomic reincarnation. Okay, so here's the concept. You may be aware that you can synthesize strands of DNA. Okay, there's sequencing of DNA, which is reading it, and synthesizing DNA, which is like creating strands of DNA. What's interesting is you can actually also do that at the full chromosome level for bacterial chromosomes. Remember that thing I was saying earlier about the minimum life form, that Craig Venter made? So people have synthesized like entire bacterial chromosomes, and they work. Like they can literally essentially print out a living organism, right? Now, when you go from bacteria to eukaryotes, which are the kingdom of life that we're part of, right? Yeast are part of this kingdom, so it becomes harder because the chromosomes are more complicated. But folks are working on eukaryotic chromosome synthesis, and if you spot me that
This is the worst. It's not the worst. Me too. Your platform is so shitty. Yo, what's going on, Zeus? Ready to kick your fucking ass? Ready to lose 10 times in a row? 7. Okay, I'm ready for that. The over under 7. Alright, get ready to rock it, dog. Take all the time you need. Alright, good dog. I'm very happy that your dad has performed the way that you want. I'm happy that your cryptocurrency investments have worked out the way that you want. Dog, I would buy everything in Doge right now if I were you. Dude, that would make you a lot of money. I mean, it's not. Here's why I think it's going to be big. It's already had like a meme. Elon Musk already thinks it's big, and it's just going to grow as Trump takes the presidency. Yeah. All right, please note. Send it. All right, the goal is 7 minutes. Oh, that is exactly what I wanted to do. Dog, that was a perfect drive. Absolutely fucking perfect. Oh yeah, really perfect. This is a difficult shot. To avoid the king. Dude, that is the fuck up. Oh, I did fuck up. I fucked up majorly. Majorly fuck up. Oh, what is an amazing shot? Tied after one, folks. Let's see. Dude, you can get all the cheese and garbage. Yeah, but you're kind of fucked. Let's see you win. What up, Pimp? How you doing? What? Cute sex is part of it. What's good in your next relationship? At Boston? I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week for world peace. I don't want war anymore, but dedicating my life to essentially capturing every moment for the last 3.5 years. You can literally go back to my streams and watch my life like a time capsule for society. A little bit. Right. Good job. Yeah, before. Thank you for that. If you're wondering, we are playing the game. You can play if you want. The whole mini golf, like mini golf. You want to play? It's just an app that you download on iOS or Android. That's exactly what I'm doing. Hey, so cool. How are you? So cool. We talked to like four, no, like 2 hours straight. Oh, look at this shot. No, no. Oh, wow. I know. You might get my luck. Oh, okay. But, wow, is this bad? He takes the lead. Oh my God. Ties me. I hate this. I hate this. No way. Oh, I fucked myself. You're gonna win. Oh, you are going to win. Without a doubt. Take me out, big dog. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm talking about. Now you make it competitive. Right, there's an exhibition. Wow. That's a dog. Yes, you did. Should retire now. Oh, that's it. Nice. That is close. You're really good at this sport. I think you're really good at this sport. Not what I want. Get in his way. It did not. All right. I'm good. No, no. Put it in the flag. Put it in the flag. Dude, you just helped me so much. Did you see that? You helped me immensely. No, that's enough. It's a big. You went, well, yeah, you could. It was, the odds are not in your favor. Let's see it, though. I want you to make it. I want you to make it. And you, it was amazing. Way closer than I thought. Yeah. Okay, let's see it. That's not how. I don't think so. Look at where my ball is. Oh no. Go in the water. Oh, make it. Cool. That was really good. Very efficient. I don't know about that. Just this one. I've never been more ready for it. Oh, look at you. Putting that ball right in my mouth. What a bad shot. Absolutely not. I saw him do that right there. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Be a good shot. the answer to anything that you're going to say. Where'd you think of that from? Oh, very good, dude. Oh no, Zoom. You can really accelerate your lead. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion. I don't know what to but you did not help yourself. Bounce it off there and in the hole. That's right. That's a good shot. Oh, that was looking good. I'm good. There we go. That's what we have. Yes, you did. You easily have this. You like this hole? Okay. Let's see your little trick. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, big shit. Oh, big shit. Oh, he takes his lead. All right. This is an interesting one. I agree. Stop. Go, big dog. Wow. You are really getting deeply. All right, there we go. Probably college football, the NCAA. God, that's a good shot. What's your favorite one? Boy, that makes you have a difficult shot. But you can make it. That's, that's, that's a great shot. Okay. You like putt? Yeah. Too hard. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Go for it. I'll show you. Did you say? Whatever you want to do with that. You can buck me. Oh. Now this is a hard shot. Stop. Stop. Shoot. So difficult. Oh, so difficult. Let's see your shot, Luca. That's not it. That's going all the way back. Oh, no. Hit your ball. That's what I wanted to do. That was perfect. That was perfect, dog. That was perfect, for sure. Thank you. Stop. This is a difficult shot. Tight. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. All right. That's 2 hits in a row. I don't think so. I'm going for 300 hits. I'm at 294. Let's see. Let's see your shot. Yeah. Oh. No, I think you should make it. Make it. Oh. That's really good. Okay, good. Right there. Okay. Two dogs. Oh, that's not what's going to do. No. I think both are bad. That's terrible. Yeah, no. I don't think either of us is going to score. Yeah. You'll be back. Sure. I'm happy to do that. All right, I've heard that. Ready for the shot, big dog? Hepatitis is not when you excited for it. Like, did you like my shot? Too hard. That's that would be great. Do you like the efficiency of my shots? No, dude, that's the screen. It comes out on December 25th. Look. You don't know. Oh, okay. Did you see my shot? Where'd it go? Yeah. Okay. Look at this shot. Not what I wanted to do, but actually, I'll take that shot. I'll take it. That's what I was trying to do. Um, it could be the file pitch to be like. Very cool. Very cool. That is good. Yeah. That's 3 wins in a row for Rabbi. I think this way. I think this goes unfair. No way. I don't think I've ever made other food like that. Make it. That looks good. For Rabbi thinks that they want that. Okay. Oh yeah. You did good. You did the back games. Looks pretty good. I'd be proud of you. Might even kind of board style. I don't know. Send me a message. I'll wait. No, excited. Oh, yeah. Excited. It's like 10 p.m. is so difficult. Show me how it's done, dude.
And that's the biggest thing. Miles. I mean, that guy's great. The headline of the song
Is that the one that's like, what is it? No, there's another one. There. I forget. But it's like,
it's your big songs. It's your biggest songs. It's the reason why I'm really fucking up the very song. It's the reason why I'm doing the big songs.
oh, how did I miss that? Going to black. Just make me have going to black. Are you serious? Fuck that. Oh man, you're gonna fucking hate this hole. You think it's the perfect musical? Alright, I'm ready for this one. Ready? You ready to make it on the first shot?
I just want
Okay, let's see it. Oh, is that a good shot? Like, give me. Oh, you have a very difficult shot. Very, very difficult. And if you miss it, you're fucked. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. We don't play this for that often.
to get whatever I have to do. And I do it for 20. They did money for 20. I'll tell you what.
Please do.
So the first thing I just started with coach she was basically she was a barber story, so that's what we were doing. That it is the thing that you check with.
Okay, that's your pass. Very, very interesting.
This is the these people run sort of behavioral Deutsch way than something like a theory.
I agree. Doge has the dog.
It's very simple.
I agree.
Let's get institutional that made investors as they cost institutions. The probably the best is the
you go. This is a tough shot. Oh, you're gonna find me. It all comes down to this. That's basically the perfect drive. Perfect, man. That's really good.
I think I need that to be right, so I can understand it. Right, so
Oh, that's not good.
there's so many good things that come true. Movies that could be good coming out next year.
Dude, what are we doing here?
Get that.
Wow. Okay. There you go. That was what a great job.
That was the scene.
That's what I would call it. This is 7 out of 10. Going to be a 10 out of 10. Dude, I would have won the game.
That was unbelievable.
Thanks, Pete. All right. I need 3 more wins for 300. I know I told you this, I sent it to you, but I played somebody who played 20,000. Yeah, but not like the best person I've ever seen. But they taught me some moves, which is cool. That's the next question. There are a lot of rabbis here. So probably Rabbi Moshe who's also known as the Rabbi. I think that would be a fascinating fact. But religiosity aside, um, I would like to see one on the school that pick some doctor. I think Jay-Z would have a cool one. Beyonce would probably have a cool one. I would say Elon Musk would be a really cool one. Joe Rogan would be a really cool one. Donald Trump would be a really interesting one. If they can just make it a hate fest.
I think Trump
Yeah, probably. He's done a lot. Yeah, I can see that.
would be one of the best ones.
It has the potential. It also has the potential to just be a hate fest. Did you see W on George W. Bush? So that's one of the first biopics that I recall seeing. Saw it in the theater, and it was right at the end of Bush's time in office, or right at the beginning of Obama. Obama would be a cool one too. And yeah, but I would have. I don't know. I don't consider Netflix stuff real.
And it's just about shit.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. And also, I think I'm sorry, I don't take movies seriously if they're just on streaming platforms. Michael Jordan. Oh, I saw Michael Jordan Air. That was phenomenal. Michael Jordan. Did you see Air? Oh, that was an amazing shot. Dude, Air is one of my favorite fucking biopics of all time. It was, dude. And the thing is, something that really makes a movie for me is the soundtrack. And its soundtrack is fucking phenomenal. So, but you know what? Air didn't come out. Air was like an Amazon movie. It didn't come out like a normal movie, but it was during the pandemic, so I think that kind of fucked it. But it had Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and there's a whole lot. Um, it was fucking phenomenal. And the cool thing about it is they never show Michael Jordan's face, so it's just like you just have this like idea of it. That movie was fucking great. I I I could watch that movie again. Actually, though, my favorite biopic of all time is The Founder on Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, or the McDonald's.
I didn't like that.
You didn't like it? Oh, what a shot! What did you like about it?
You're like,
Yeah.
I like the session.
I yeah, I don't know if it was great. Well, it just feels really young to have a biopic already on him. Like, not that much longer. I guess we find it Facebook, but it doesn't go into him buying Instagram or anything.
Yeah, because it was an album.
Right. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. It was like very early. But, um,
I mean, they could make it see.
yeah, exactly. And I think they should. So it would just be half of it me yelling at him. Dude, why do I say that? Instagram has a thing. I don't know what it is. But like whenever I create a go ahead.
Yeah, I like the radio station. It's got the most trends. They're big brand investments.
Okay. I think that those guys got fucked. I also think that the okay, at least Instagram, I've been doing with it recently. I created a robot that automatically posts on Instagram. What'd you say?
Well, the most actually, I do it very well.
Well, I would have expected them to, but they didn't get credit for Facebook, which they should have. Oh no,
I
that's a bad shot. Let's see what we've got. We're good at this, though. That's not what you want to do. Oh, it is. It's fucking perfect. saw one. I don't think it was a biography, but it was close. It was during COVID or the pandemic, and it was on Highlight University, but it was like I thought that was really good. It had, I think, the whole Kidman as Lucille Ball and Javier Bardot or whatever, and Desi on there. I really like Highlight University, so
I just did a check through. You picked up.
how do you like my shot?
I just did a check through. It's Christmas.
All right, you don't have to do that right now. The weather's not going to change. Take your shot, dog. Take your shot. Well, then it doesn't matter if you check the fucking weather. Get in the water. There you go.
Okay, it's Wednesday. Okay, through.
Oh no, I left it short. You left it short. Go, baby. What do you think of this shot? I always leave it at the top. Oh wow, dude. Dude. Dude, is that not the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? You gonna hit the ball? Okay, I would too. But I've never seen anybody on this hole get it in two. Did you see that? No, you haven't. Shut up. Oh, what a shot. Dude, I'm on fire, dog. Yeah, on that one. All right, final game if I win. Because I'm at 299 wins. I just had the best few shots I've had. I've never seen anybody do that. You're in my grade, though. You've got a really good shot.
I have a really good shot. But I never really shot.
Dude, shoot the ball. You're going to run out of time. I don't want this. You have to make this shot. Yes, sir.
You know about wrestling?
Right? Look at this shot.
Wait for something. Different world,
I don't think that motherfucker looks like the guy who shot the other guy. So his eyebrows. I don't think so. It's just him basically shooting someone. No, I don't think we're gonna buy out of it. I don't think we're gonna. Maybe, maybe I'm wrong. Exactly. And then people might not care. I mean, SPF, not SPF about something. SPF would be about a person. I could see that. If you had to see a biopic on a woman, who would it be? Yeah, I'll make it. You're, you're strange. It's just about a girl who got fucked 100 times trying to get fucked 1,000.
Yeah.
Was that even? It wasn't a porn, was it? They didn't like stream it or anything, did they? Oh, where's that fountain? Oh, I got you.
It'll be interesting.
I don't think it. No, it's just it would be porn. She isn't an interesting person. Oh, what a good shot! I guess I could do that. Two, make him come back. Rabbi going for his 100th. It's 300th win. Look at this shot. Absolutely perfect shot. You like that shot? Would you take that shot right now? I would. Perfect shot. You got a pretty good shot. I think that. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna try to. 300 wins. 300 wins, dude. If I had to have my 300th win against them, I'm glad it was against you. All right, ready for Ocho? Oh, that's a good one. Very good choice. That's a good one. Hey, how about you go fuck yourself? Don't have a green. Oh. All right, you don't have a green. Who's that? Okay. Dude, my cards are so shitty. Fuck yeah. One win to none against you. First person in 10. Rabbi's like, oh, good go, big dog.
This is the best.
You got a good one?
I'm not doing something.
Oh, wow. What a good hand you have. All right, one more. Okay, well, wait a second. Oh, good dog.
Really did you have like choice before?
I didn't have anything good. This is a good. Let's see what you got. Yeah, you did. I blocked you. What's that? I think so. Tell me that. this isn't good. You're welcome. How'd you like that? You just got 6 extra cards. What? That's 2 games to 1 with that. I just have 22. If this was a 50, I'll be done, baby. How do you like having 4 fucking cards?
Yeah, I'm ready. How would you like that? I just got a message in Snapchat.
Very cool. Three games to 1, big dog. I'm beating you at your own game. Three games to 1. Give me some good cards. Yep. Fuck you.
Just keep remembering. Okay, yeah. You're in trouble.
Fuck. 3 games to 2. Good. Three games to 3. What a comeback.
years, it's already put together. I don't know the difference, but it's been done.
There you go. I think why are you telling me? Yes, you do. Right. Wasn't the question a fucking red card?
I have to show you after that.
Yep. You're welcome. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Majorly fun. I have every color, though. Majorly fun. And I don't have any replicas. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. All right. 5-4. Okay. What's the next spot? I have an interesting movie.
You actually do it.
No, but
I don't know. It's my
You're welcome for that. Come on. The back of the arm. Bye. This thing.
Every time I do it, I just check the red dot. Skip. Change color word. I was here. Red's good. You'll have okay. You actually have
Oh wow. 6'5". Very cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Hold on. That's a very good point. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Just
Yep. Good guys. Would have been might have been a move. Six, seven. Give me good cards. Whoa. That's 6,
Very good.
Good. It's good.
You want another piece from your
Yep.
back, all of this is so from this work to try to yeah, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Yeah, it's a charity.
Right. Got me on the ropes. 9 or 6. I don't really care about losing this game. It's not all skill like me and golf.
Fuck this. This is about this.
No, definitely chance. It's about what you start.
Yeah, but this way, this
There's some skill to it, but it's really very about how the cards go.
I understand. I understand. I understand. This is the, I understand. I made a big mistake. I lied to you. This is a big mistake. That is a big mistake.
Wow, way to go. You got your 10 wins, dog, in a game of fucking champ. Nice job, man.
So, yeah.
It's all chance, dude. It's about what cards you get. It's just there's very little skill. Let's look it up. Is it a game of skill? Truthfully, I think it's a combination. Is Uno the game of skill or chance? It's both. Oh. Welcome, welcome. How are you, retired hobo? Go for it. Sure, I stream. I do. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And so this gives me the opportunity to be able to discuss world peace. It gives me a platform to promote peace. There you go, baby. Oh, just what I wanted. Amazing. All right. Yeah. Get some ramen in this bitch. Why do you stream on every public day? It's a fine question to ask. What people from Las Vegas think? Give me a list of all of the popular games in Las Vegas and the odds of the house. What's the odds of it? Do you pronounce the T in that? Hey, folks, I've got it the time. I fucking hate it. Is it? All right. Hey, and dropping the out here. I take a shit. All right, are you done? All right, what you think about Abdallah? Why? Like a cigarette. But no, like a cigarette. This is good. All right, what do you think? You just stand up. So much work, though. Zuckerberg, you some dick. Did I win my appeal against Zuckerberg? Like, literally every fucking thing that I do. They suck. So did I win my fucking appeal against constructive teaching? Oh, God. That was fun. Hey, how about Dollar Dog? Dollar Dog. This is the worst. The history of streams. And that's a very good amount of time. Psych. Not really. What? Did you ever hear about Napoleon stream? Fuck no. Did you ever hear about fucking that bitch who got fucking burned at the stake stream? Fuck no. Did you ever hear about Rabbi Moshe Weinstein's stream? Fuck no. It wasn't cool enough to have a stream. They would have banned him. He would have been like, hey, I'm down at the like, boom. Sorry. Hate speech. Fuck you, Zuckerberg. Anyway, the Rabbi didn't even have a He was on video, but he didn't have a live stream. This motherfucker's on a live stream. Anyway. But, alright, kids. Are you fucking done? What is this? You're offline. Is that fucking end? Why? Why does it do that? You're offline. Isn't there something in like cyberspace that can be like, just hold on a second, let them fucking reconnect with why does it do that? No. You just need to take it. Anyway. This is the worst. I can tell you that. It's just terrible. Let's see how Cobra is doing. He's gonna go. You like Cobra? You got fucking verified? It's where that Discord is. And you banned from his Discord for sure. Without a doubt. I think this guy is okay. But I like it. Actually, close to a 945. Right. Done. Ready, kids? Ready to see Rabbi Japan? Oh, why? It's not fine. Tell me the truth. You've been banned, dog. Just be like, they don't like you. They don't like you. Stay the fuck out. Oh, this is the worst. Dude, it's Havdalah. Da, 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 da. I gotta shit. Dude, okay, so stand up. First step, stand up. You know, the first step, the hardest part of going to the gym is putting on your shoes, kids. Look at this athleticism, though. It's really, the way this motherfucker gets a fucking dead, everybody comments on it, so I must be doing a good job. This is the worst stream in the history. Locked up, locked up, locked up. Dude, shot deep shit. Do you like him? Yeah, he's really nice. Alright. You understand? This? It's so much easier to just be like this. Dude, hot dollar, man. It's the worst. Have you ever not hot dollar? For as long as I've known that I should be hot dollar. Hot dollar is the fucking thing that I can do. Maybe better than ever. Really? Undefeated. Undefeated at hot dollar. Just that. See, that's skill. When it's a skill-based game, people fucking rule. It's fucking chance and shit. That's alright. Are you done? Yoga, are you done? Who's you done? Like you stand, you gotta put your feet on the floor and grab your fucking thing. Dog, it's so much work. You can make fucking ramen, you get that spicy shit that has a Municipal Council of California extra. Right, so you have to stand. It's so much work. I wonder if my fucking account in the street. 8. Huh? So how do you people who fucking done job? Oh yeah. Y'all don't like me. Yo. Alright, so stand. Welcome. Look who it is, Grace Kelly. How you doing, girl? I hope you're well. We just want you podcast. Feel free to chime in. Right, did you think?
That sci-fi assumption that eventually we'll be able to take your genome sequence and
Well, bitch, I'm glad you had that stroke and fell off that mountain. Psych. That bitch was so hot. Oh man, she might be the hottest bitch of all time. That bitch was so hot. She propelled herself into royalty. That's fucking wild. And Meghan Markle did the same shit. I'm gonna be that hot someday. I'm fucking so hot. Let's make him king. Oh, this is just the worst stream of all time. Dude, okay, let's get a game plan. Be on the floor, grab your sitter, go do Hogdala, make ramen, eat it, somewhere there pick it up, then come back and sing. Uh, what's that shit called? It's like, oh, what happened here? Um, and sing fucking talk about television because television is amazing. Dude, Peter on the phone. He's got the sitter, folks. I don't believe what I just saw. Yeah, you people would. When you're this fucking sexy, it's pretty fucking amazing. Oh man, look at this movie. Other stuff. Yo, what the fuck is this shit? Worst stream ever. Yo, what is this? I gotta take a whiz. Whiz time. Come on, fucking work. Quit being a bitch. Did Zuckerberg design this? This shit sucks. Go.
Donald Trump is
There
probably
you
the
go.
biggest person ever
Man.
to be removed from social media.
I gotta take a whiz.
Do you understand why that was done? Can you steel man the case for it?
Steel man the case. Because fucking Twitter's a bitch. That's why. They took down Rabbi. They haven't even let Rabbi back on. And I have literally fucking appealed my fucking ban so many fucking times. I can't see straight. I gotta take a whiz. Twitter suspends accounts that violate the Twitter rules. How about this rule? The First fucking Amendment. Yo, Doc, I like how you are fucking frozen. That was really tight. This one disconnected. I wonder if I can find any. All right. Kevin Grace Kelly. All right. What's your deal? What do you got going on? I bet I can't find anything. YouTube. I just oh, oh, you wanted something that actually fucking made sense? Yeah. All right. I love how Rabbi Rothschild each person's the first fucking one. Well, it's true. And All right. Well, so on this. Ricky, hey guys, oh look at this shit. Look at it. Oh, man. Zuckerberg, you so good. Anyway, Richard Henderson, greatest little hit ever, greatest base stealer ever.
And against it.
Everybody who's watching this around the world basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat aligned folks just decapitate, the
Rabbi,
head of state
this is the
from
worst.
digitally, right? Like, just boom, gone. Okay. And they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the US president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man in the world, what does the Mexican president stand against that? Nothing. Regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were in the first area, we were shocked about them, then they became a policy instrument. And now there's bailouts happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something.
The following is a conversation with Balaji Srinivasan, an angel investor, tech founder, philosopher, and author of The Network State: How to Start a New Country. He was formerly the CTO of Coinbase and general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. This conversation is over 7 hours.
Holy
For some folks, that's too long. For some, too short. For some, just right. There are chapter timestamps or clips that you can jump around, or like I prefer to do with podcasts and audiobooks I enjoy, and sit down, relax, with a loved human, animal, or consumable substance, or all three if you like. Enjoy the ride from start to finish. Biology is a fascinating mind who thinks deeply about this world and how we might be able to engineer it in order to maximize the possibility that humanity flourishes in this fun little planet of ours. Also, you may notice that in this conversation, my eye is red. That's from jiu-jitsu. And also, if I may say so, from a life well lived. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, it's Balaji Srinivasan. At the core of your belief system is something you call the prime number maze. I'm curious. We got to start there.
Sure.
If we can start anywhere, it's with mathematics. Let's go.
All right, great. A rat can be trained to turn at every even number or every third number in a maze to get some cheese. But evidently, it can't be trained to turn at prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, and then 11, and so on and so forth. That's just too abstract. And frankly, if most humans were dropped into a prime number maze, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out either. They'd have to start counting and so on. It's actually pretty difficult to figure out what the turning rule is. Yet the rule is actually very simple. And so the thing I think about a lot is just how many patterns in life are we just like these rats trapped in a prime number maze. If we had just a little bit more, cogitation, if we had, a little bit more cognitive ability, a little bit more, whether it's, brain machine interface or just better physics, we could just figure out the next step in that prime number maze. We could just see it. We could just see the growth, right? And that's what I think about. Like that's a big thing that drives me. Is figuring out how we can actually understand that prime number maze that we're living in.
To understand which patterns are just complex enough that they're beyond the limit of human cognition.
Yes.
And what do you make of that? Are the limits of human cognition a feature or a bug?
I think mostly a bug. I admire Ramanujan. I admire, Feynman. I admire these great mathematicians and physicists who were just able to see things that others couldn't. And just by writing it down, that's a leap forward. People talk about it's not the idea, it's execution, but that's for trivial ideas. For great ideas, for Maxwell's equations or Newton's laws or quantum electrodynamics or some of Ramanujan's identities, that really does bring us forward. Especially when you can check them, you don't know how they work, right? You have the phenomenological, you don't have the theory underneath. And then that stimulates the advancement theory to figure out why is this thing actually working. That's actually, StatNet, arose in part from the kind of phenomenological studies that were basically being done where people were just getting steam engines and so on to work. And then they kind of abstracted out thermodynamics and so on from that, right? So the practice led the theory rather than vice versa. To some extent, it's happening in neural networks now, right? And I think that's, so just something that's true and that works, if we don't know yet, that's amazing. That pulls us forward. So I do think that the limits are more than that.
Is there something that humans will never be able to figure out about our universe, about the theory, about the practice of our universe?
Yeah, people will typically quote Gödel's Incompleteness for such a question. And there are things that are provably unknowable or provably unprovable. But I think you can often get an approximate solution. The Hilbert, Hilbert's problems like we will know, we must know. at least we should know that we can't know. Push to get at least an approximate solution. Push to know that we can't know. At least we push back that darkness enough so that we have lit up that corner of the intellectual universe.
Okay, let's actually take a bit of a tangent and explore a bit in a way that I did not expect we would. But let's talk about the nature of reality briefly. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Don Hoffman.
No, I don't. I know Roger Penrose has like this Road to Reality series for like basic physics getting into everything we know. But go ahead. Tell me.
It's even wilder.
Yeah.
In modern physics, we start the question of what is fundamental and what is emergent in this beautiful universe of ours. And there's a bunch of folks who think that space-time, as we know it, the four-dimensional space, is emergent. It's not fundamental to the physics of the universe. And the same, many argue, I think Sean Carroll is one of them, is that time itself, the way we experience it, is also emergent. It's not fundamental to the way our universe works. Anyway, those are the technical term. I apologize for swearing. Those are the mind fucks of modern physics. But if we stroll along that road further, we get somebody like Donald Hoffman, who makes the evolutionary case that the reality we perceive with our eyes is not only an abstraction of objective reality, but is actually completely detached. We're in a video game, essentially, that's consistent between each, consistent for all humans, but it's not at all connected to physical reality. It's an
It's like a
illusion
version of the simulation hypothesis. Is that it's
in a very distant way, but the simulation says that there's a sort of computational nature to reality, and then there's a kind of a programmer that creates this reality and so on. No, he says that we humans have a brain that is able to perceive the environment, and evolution is produced from primitive life to complex life on Earth, produce the kind of brain that doesn't at all need to sense the reality directly. So, like this table, according to Donald Hoffman, it's not there.
well? So
It's like
Yeah.
not just as an abstraction, like we don't sense the molecules that make up the table, but all of this is fake.
interesting. So I tend to be more of a hard science person, right? And so so just on that, people talk about qualia. Like, is your perception of green different from my perception of green? And my counter argument on that is, well, we know something about spectrum of light, and we can build artificial eyes. If you can build artificial eyes, which we can, they're not amazing, but you can do that. You can build artificial ears and so on. Obviously, we can build recording devices and for cameras and things like that. Well, operationally, the whole concept of your perception of green, you see green as purple, I see green as green, or what I call green, doesn't seem to add up, because it does seem like we can do engineering. So the Hoffman thing, I get why people more broadly will talk about a simulation hypothesis, because it's like Feynman and many others have talked about how math is surprisingly useful to describe the world. Like very simple equations give rise to these complex phenomena. Wolfram is also on this from a different angle with the cellular automata stuff. But
Those suspicious of how it works.
yeah, but on the other hand, it's like it is. Yet we're still also in a private maze. There's things we just don't understand, and so.
Also, within the constraints of the non-prime numbers, we find math to be extremely effective, surprisingly.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe the math we have gets us through the equivalent of the even terms, the odd terms, but there's math we don't yet have that is more complex or more complex.
Displaying all our rage,
And I know
that
that gets like very abstract, but there are unsolved problems, and maybe out of date on this, like things like sonoluminescence. We don't know exactly how they work, and sometimes those things that are like at the edges of physics, in the late 1800s, I think Rutherford, somebody, I think it was Rutherford, said, basically all physics is being discovered, etc. That was obviously before quantum mechanics. That sort of edge case, people are looking at the Balmer and the Paschen series and seeing, this weird thing, with the hydrogen spectrum, it was quantized, and that led to like the sort of phenomenological set of observations that led to quantum mechanics, and sometimes they think the UAP stuff might be like that, right? People immediately go to aliens for UAP, like the unidentified aerial phenomenon. Right? People have been there's a surprising amount of stuff out there on this. The UK has declassified a bunch of material. Harry Reid, who's the senator, has talked about this. It's not an obviously political thing, which is good. It's something that is there something happening there, right? And people had thought for a long time that the UAP thing was a like American kind of counter propaganda to cover up their new spy planes that was flying over the Soviet Union, to make anybody who talked about them seem crazy and hysterical or whatever. But if the UAP thing is real, it could be atmospheric phenomena like the aurora borealis with the northern lights, but some things we don't understand. It could be something like the Bomber and Passion series, which were the observations of like emission spectra before quantum mechanics. So that's like another option as opposed to doesn't exist or little green man. It could be physics we don't understand yet. That's one possibility.
Do you think there's alien civilizations out there?
So there's a lot of folks who have kind of written and talked about this. Is the Drake equation, which is like multiplying all the probabilities together. There's perhaps more sophisticated takes like the dark forest, which says that if the universe is like a dark forest, we're the dumb ones that aren't hiding our presence. There's one calculation I saw, I haven't reproduced myself, that basically says that the assumption that other civilizations would see ours is wrong, because when you have like a spherical radius, the electromagnetic radiation that's leaving our planet, as that sphere gets larger and larger, it gets like smaller and smaller amounts of energy. So you get farther out, you're not getting enough photons or what have you to actually detect it. I don't know. I actually haven't looked into the math behind it, but I remember seeing that argument. So actually, it is possible that it's so diffuse when you go past a certain number of light years out that people, then alien civilization wouldn't be able to detect it, right? That's another argument.
That's more basically about signals
Signals,
from
right.
them, from us,
Yeah.
to be able to signals colliding enough to find the signal from the noise.
Right, exactly.
Intelligent signal.
Yeah, Hansen has an article called Rabbi aliens. Maybe seen his thing, right? And so
He's
there's
been on this podcast.
oh great.
He's brilliant.
I like him. He pushes boundaries in interesting ways.
In all of the ways.
In all the ways. That's right. I like him overall. He's he's an asset to me.
Rabbi aliens. So he has this interesting idea that the civilizations quickly learn how to travel close to the speed of light.
Right.
So we're not going to see them until they're here.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, one of the things is, so here's, for example, a mystery that we haven't yet done, right? We haven't really figured out yet, which is abiogenesis in the lab, right? We've done lots of things where you can show macromolecules binding to each other. You can show, evidence for the so-called RNA world. Abiogenesis is to go from, like non-life to life, right, in the lab. You can show microevolution, obviously, with bacteria. You can do artificial selection on them. Lots of other aspects of, fundamental, biochemistry, origins of life stuff would be established. There's a lot of plausibility arguments about the environment and nitrogens and carbon snapping together to get, the RNA world is the initial hypothesis. But to my knowledge, at least, we haven't actually seen abiogenesis demonstrated. Now, one argument is you need just like this massive world with so many different reps before that actually happens. And one possibility is if we could do atomic level, simulations of molecules bouncing into each other, it's possible that in some simulation we could find a path, a reproducible path of abiogenesis, and then just replicate that in the lab, right? I don't know. Okay, but that seems to me to be like a mystery that we still don't fully understand, like an example of the prime number case. Right?
One of the most fascinating mysteries.
One of the most important. Yep. Yeah. And again, there may be some biochemist who's like, oh, Boz, you didn't know about X, Y, and Z that happened in the abiogenesis field. I freely confess I'm not like, au courant on it. The last thing I remember looking at is
What's au courant to me?
like up to the moment.
Oh, nice. That's a nice word.
That's
Au courant.
Yeah, I'm probably mispronouncing it. But,
yeah. We'll edit it in post. So
sure.
correctly with AI.
Yeah.
We'll copy your voice and it will pronounce it perfectly correctly.
Yeah.
In post.
One thing that I do think was interesting is Craig Venter a while back tried to make a minimum viable cell where he just tried to delete all of the genes that were not considered essential. And so it's like a new life form. And this was like almost 20 years ago, and so on. And that thing was viable in the lab, right? And so it's possible that you kind of reverse engineer. So you're coming at that from different directions. Like RNA molecules can do quite a lot. You've got some reasonable assumptions as to how that could come together. You've got like sort of stripped down minimum viable life forms, and so it's not there isn't stuff. You can see microevolution. You can see at the sequence level. If you do molecular phylogenetics, you can actually track back the bases. There's actually, so it's not like there's no evidence. There's a lot of tools to work with. This, in my view, is a fascinating area, and actually also relevant to AI, because another form of abiogenesis would be if we were able to give rise to a different branch of life form, the silicon-based as opposed to carbon-based. To stretch the point, you give rise to something that actually does meet the definition of life or some definition of life.
What do you think that definition is for an artificial life form? Because you mentioned consciousness.
Yeah.
When will it give us pause that we created something that feels, by some definition or by some spiritual, poetic, romantic, philosophical, mathematical definition, that it is alive?
Right.
And we wouldn't want to kill it.
So a couple of remarks on that. One is Francis Crick of Watson and Crick. Before he died, I think his last paper was published on something called the claustrum. Okay, and the thing is that sometimes in biology or in any people are sort of discouraged from going after the big.
What's good in your neck of the woods now? My G? Hello? Hope you're amazing.
Big questions, right? But he proposed the claustrum is actually the organ that is the seat of consciousness. It's like this sheath that like covers the brain. And for mice, if you and again, I may be recollecting this wrong, so but we can look at it. My recollection is, in mice, if you disrupt this, the mouse is like very disoriented, right? It's like it's the kind of thing which Watson and Crick were all about. Structure implies function, right? Found the structure of DNA, this amazing thing, and they remarked in this very understated way at the end of the paper that, well, obviously this gives a basis for how the genetic material might be replicated and error corrected, because Helix unwinds and you copy paste, right? So he was a big structure function person, and that applies not just at the protein level, not just at the level of DNA, potentially also at the level of organs. Like claustrum is kind of this system integrating level, right? It's like the last layer in the neural network or something, and so that's the kind of thing that I think is worth studying. So consciousness is another kind of big. Abiogenesis is a big question. The primary is consciousness is a big question, and then definition of life, right? There's folks. Gosh, there's.
Are you a doctor?
So this one is something I'd have to Google around. But there was a guy, I think, at Santa Fe Institute or something, who had some definition of life, like some thermodynamic.
My friend, what's good in your neck of the woods? There you go. That's what. How much longer till it prints? Or don't. All right, you ready to learn about anti-gravity? Let's do it, baby. Here we go. This is Bob Lazar on the Joe Rogan Experience. Ready for doctor. I mean, literally, I have this thing pulled up for you. Here we go. Everybody shout out to doctor.
2, 1, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
And flying saucer.
and Flying Saucers.
I'm
Not-
sorry, A51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. Like I told you last night when we went out to dinner, I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked in Los Alamos.
Right. And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it for a while. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there in the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. I am the guy you're reading about there, and we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I'd moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos, so, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description? What you were applying for?
They said it was for. I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site, or at the Tonopah test range north of there. That's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say anything about Area
classified.
51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole area was, there's giant chunks of Nevada. That people,
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights, just passenger planes from Las Vegas to Area 51, and it was really just going through mountain of paperwork that day.
Bob. Not our day, man.
And definition. But you're right that it's going to be a multi-feature definition. We might have a Turing test-like definition, frankly, which is just if
Yo, dog.
humans agree it's alive, right? And that might, frankly, be the
Sorry.
original definition.
But
Because
this time
viruses,
Americana's not
there's always this
eligible.
boundary
How
case,
much you got
they
for?
alive numbers, people think they're alive, but they're kind of they're more alive than a rock.
Well, I think in a world that we'll talk about today quite a bit, which is the digital world, I think the most fascinating, philosophically and technically, definition of life is life in the digital world.
Mm-hmm.
So chatbots, essentially creatures, whether they're replicas of humans or totally independent creations, perhaps in an automatic way. I think there's going to be chatbots that we would ethically be troubled by if we wanted to kill them. They would have the capacity to suffer. They would be very unhappy with you trying to turn them off. And then there would be large groups of activists that would protest and that could go to the Supreme Court, or whatever the Supreme Court looks like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And they will demand that these chatbots would have the same rights as us humans.
I saw that Google engineer who was basically saying this had already happened, and I was surprised by it because when I looked at the chat logs of it, it didn't seem particularly interesting. On the other hand, I can definitely see it. I mean, GPT-3, for people who haven't paid attention, shows that serious step-ups are possible, and obviously, you talk about AI in your podcast a ton. Is it possible that GPT-9 or something is kind of like that? Or GPT-15 or GPT-4? Maybe. But...
Yeah, for people just listening, there's a deep skepticism in your face.
Yeah, the reason being because, it's possible. It's possible that you have like a partition of society on literally this basis. That's one model where there's some people, just like there's vegetarians and non-vegetarians, right? There may be machines have life and machines are machines, or something like that, right? You could definitely imagine some kind of partition like that in the future where your fundamental political social system, that's a foundational assumption. And, is AI, does it deserve the same rights as like a human? Or, for example, a corporation is an intermediate. Do you see that thing, which is how human are different corporations? Have you seen that infographic? It's actually funny.
Yeah,
so it's
there's
like,
a spectrum.
there's a spectrum. So, for example, Disney is considered about as human as like a dog. But like Exxon, I may be remembering this wrong. They had like a level with like human at one end, like rock at the other.
Does it have to do with corporate structure? What?
I think it's about people's empathy for that corporation, their brand and entity. But it's interesting to see that, first of all, people sort of do think of corporations as being more or less, like the branding is really what they're responding
Well,
to.
that's what I mean. They're also responding. I have a brand of human that I'm trying to sell,
Mhm.
and it seems to be effective for the most part.
Sure.
although it has become like a running joke that I might be a robot,
Right.
which means the brand is cracking. It's seeping through. But I mean, in that sense, I think I don't see a reason why chatbots can't manufacture the brand of being human, of being sentient.
I mean, that is the Turing test, but it's like the multiplayer Turing test. Now that actually a fair number of chatbots have passed the Turing test, I'd say there's at least 2 steps up, right? One is a multiplayer Turing test where you have chatbots talking to each other. And then you ask, can you determine the difference between and chatbots talking to each other and clicking buttons and stuff in apps and humans doing that? And I think we're very far off, or I shouldn't say very far, at least, I don't know how far off we are in terms of time. We're still far off in terms of a group of end chatbots looking like their digital output is like the group of end humans. It's like go from the Turing test to the multiplayer Turing test. That's one definition. Another definition is, to be able to kind of swap in, and you're not just convincing one human that this is a human for a small, session. You're convincing all humans that this is a human for end sessions. Remote work actually makes this possible, right? That's another definition of the multiplayer Turing test, where basically you have a chatbot that's fully automated, that is earning money for you as an intelligent agent on a computer that's able to go and get remote work. I would consider that next level, right? If you could have something that was like that, that was competent enough to, because everything on a computer can be automated, right? Literally, you could be totally hands-free, just like autonomous driving. You could have autonomous driving. As a challenge problem, if you were Microsoft or Apple and you had legitimate access to the operating system, just like Apple says, can you send me details of this event? A decentralized thing could, in theory, log, the actions of 10,000 or 100,000 or a million people. And with cryptocurrency, you can even monitor a wallet that was on that computer. And you could see, what long-run series of actions were increasing or decreasing this digital balance. You see what I'm saying, mm-hmm. Right? So you start to get, at least conceptually, it'd be invasive and there'd be a privacy issue and so on. Conceptually, you could imagine an agent that could learn what actions humans were doing that resulted in the increase of their local cryptocurrency balance. Okay, there may be better ways to formulate it, but that I would consider a challenge problem is to go from the Turing test to a genuine intelligent agent that can actually go and make money for you. If you can do that, that's a big deal. People obviously have trading bots and stuff, but that would be the next level. It's typing out emails, documents,
to mimic human behavior in its entirety.
Yeah, that's right. And it will schedule Zooms, it'll send emails, it'll essentially, because if you think about it, a human is hitting the keys and clicking the mouse, but just like a self-driving car, the wheel rotates by itself, right? Those keys are effectively it's like a automator app in Apple, right? Everything's just moving on the screen. You're seeing it there, and it's just moving on.
It's kind of hilarious that the "I'm not a robot" click thing actually works. So I actually don't know
how that's happening.
How it works, but I think it has to do with the movement of the mouse, yes. The timing, and they know that it's very difficult currently for a bot to mimic human behavior in the way they would click that little checkbox.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's something. I mean, again, my recollection on that is it's like a pile of highly obfuscated JavaScript. All kinds. It looks like a very simple box, but it's doing a lot of stuff and it's collecting all kinds of instrumentation. And yeah, exactly like a robot is just a little too deterministic, or if it's got noise, it's like Gaussian noise. And the way humans do it is just not something that you just be able to do without collecting thousands and thousands and thousands of human traces. But it is a predator prey.
Well, and the computer just sees the JavaScript. It needs to be able to look outside the simulation for the computer. The world is like,
right.
The computer doesn't know about the physical world, so it has to look outside of its world and introspect back on this simple box.
Right.
Which is kind of, I think that's exactly what mushrooms do, or like psychedelics, is you get to go outside and look back in.
Yeah,
that's what the computer needs to do.
I do wonder whether they actually give people insight or whether they give people the illusion of insight. Yeah, because actual insight, actual insight is, again, Maxwell's equations. You're able to shift the world with that. There's a lot of practical devices that work. The illusion of insight is, I'm Jesus Christ, and nothing happens, right? So, it's quite different.
I don't know. I think you can think until you make it on that one, which is insight in some sense is revealing a truth that was there all along.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like I'm talking about technical insight, where you have this is the thing we were talking about actually before the podcast, like technical truths versus political truths, right? Some truths they're on a spectrum, and there's some truths that are actually entirely political in the sense that if you can change the software in enough people's heads, you change the value of the truth. For example, the location of a border is effectively consensus between large enough groups of people. Who is the CEO? That's consensus among a certain group of people. What is the value of a currency or any stock? Right, that market price is just psychology of a bunch of people. Like literally, if you can change enough people's minds, you can change the value of the border, or the position in the hierarchy, or the value of the currency. Those are purely political truths. Then all the way on the other end are technical truths that exist independent of whatever any one human or all humans think, like the gravitational constant, right, or the diameter of a virus. Those exist independent of the human mind. Changing of human minds doesn't matter. Those remain constant. And then you have things that are interestingly in the middle, where cryptocurrency has tried to pull more and more things from the domain of political truths into technical truths, where they say, okay, the one social convention we have is that if you hold this amount of Bitcoin, or that if you hold this private key, you hold this Bitcoin. And then we make that very hard to change. You have to change a lot of technical truths. So you can push things to this interesting intermediate zone.
The question is how much of our world can we push into that?
Right.
And that takes us in a non-linear, fascinating journey to the question I wanted to ask you in the beginning, which is this political world that you mentioned, the world of political truth. As we know it in the 20th century, in the early 21st century, what do you think works well and what is broken about government?
The fundamental thing is that we can't easily and peacefully start new opt-in governments. And
startup governments.
Yeah, and what do I mean by that is basically you can start a new company, you can start a new community, you can start a new currency even these days. You don't have to beat the former CEO duel to start a new company. You don't have to become head of the World Bank to start a new currency. Okay, because of this, yes, you can. If you want to, you can join. I don't know, Microsoft, or name some company, GameStop, and you can try to reform it. Okay, or you can start your own. And the fact that both options exist mean that you can actually just start from scratch, and that's the same reason we have a clean piece of paper, right? I mentioned this actually in the Network State book. Just quote this bit, but we want to be able to start a new state peacefully for the same reason we want a bare plot of earth, a blank sheet of paper, an empty text buffer, a fresh start, or a clean slate, because you want to build something new without historical constraint, right? For the same reason you hit plus and do docs.new, like create a new doc. It's for the same reason, right? Because you don't have backspace, you don't have to have just like 128 bytes of space or 100 kilobytes and just have to backspace the old document for creating a new one. So that's a fundamental thing that's wrong with today's governments. And it's a meta point, right? Because it's not any one specific reform, it's a meta reform being able to start in countries.
Okay, so that's one problem, but you could push back and say that that's a feature, because a lot of people argue that tradition of power. The generation, if you try to think long enough, which is the way I see marriage, there's value to the struggle and the journey you take through the struggle, and you grow and you develop ideas together, you grow intellectually, philosophically together. And that's the idea of a nation that spans generations. We have a tradition that becomes more that strives towards the truth, is able to arrive there, or no, not arrive, but take steps towards there through the generations. So you may not want to keep starting new governments. You may want to stick to the old one and improve it one step at a time. But just because you're having a fight inside a marriage doesn't mean you should get a divorce and go on Tinder and start dating around. That's the pushback. So it's not obvious that this is a strong feature to have. To launch new governments.
There's several different kind of lines of attack or debate or whatever on this, right? First is, yes, there's obviously value to tradition, and you know, people say this is Lindy and that's Lindy. It's been proven for a long time, and so on. But of course, there's a tension between tradition and innovation. You know, like going to the moon wasn't Lindy, just it was awesome, and you know, like artificial intelligence is something that's very new. New is good, right? And this is a tension within humanity actually itself, because you know it's way older than all of these nations. I mean, humans are tens of thousands of years old. Ancestors of humans are millions of years old, right? And you go back far enough, and the time that we know today of the sessile farmer and soldier is, if you go back far enough, you want to be truly traditional, or actually descended from hunter-gatherers who were mobile and wandered the world, and there weren't borders and so on. They kind of went where they want, right? And you know, people have, you know, had done historical reconstructions like skeletons and stuff like that. And many folks report that the transition to agriculture, being sessile, resulted in, you know, diminution of height. You know, people had like tooth decay and stuff like that. The skeletons, people had traded off upside for stability, right? That's what the state was. That was what these sessile kinds of things were. Now, of course, they had more likelihood of living consistently. You could support larger population sizes, but it had more quality of life, right? And so the hunter-gatherer era, you know, maybe that's actually our collective recollection of the Garden of Eden, where people, you know, just like a spider kind of knows innately how to build webs, or a beaver knows how to build dams. You know, some people theorize that the entire Garden of Eden is like a sort of built-in neural network recollection of this, you know, pre-sessile era, where we're able to roam around, just pick off fruits and so on, low population density. So the point is that I think what we're seeing is a V3. You go from the hunter-gatherer to the farmer and soldier. The sessile nations are here and they've got borders. To kind of the V3, which is the digital nomad, the new hunter-gatherer. We're going back to the future, because you know what's even older than nations is no nations, right? Even more traditional than tradition is, you know, being international, right? And so we're actually tapping into that other huge thread in humanity, which is the desire to explore, pioneer, wander, innovate, you know? And I think that's important.
To make America great again is to dissolve it completely into oblivion. No, that's a joke.
Yeah, I know it's a joke. I mean, well,
Humor. I'm learning this new thing.
yes, a new thing for the road. The chatbot emulation isn't fully working.
Yeah, that glitch. That's where in the beta.
And let me just say one other thing about this, which is, you know, there are, I mean, everybody in the world, okay, let's say, I don't know what percentage, let's say 99.99%, it rounds to that number, of political discourse in the US focuses on trying to fix the system. If those folks, I mean, 0.01% of the energy is going towards building a new system, that seems like a pretty good portfolio strategy, right? Or 100% are supposed to go and edit this code base from 200 something years ago. I mean, the most American thing in the world is going and, you know, leaving your country in search of a better life. America was founded 200 years ago by the founding fathers. It's not just a nation of immigrants, it's a nation of immigrants, right? Immigration, you know, from other countries to the U.S., and actually also immigration within the U.S. There's an amazing YouTube video called, it's like 50 states, U.S. population, I think 1790 to, it says 2050, so it got a simulation, so you just stop it at 2019 or 2020. But it shows that like Virginia was like number one early on, and then it lost ground, like New York came, and then like Ohio was a big deal in the early 1800s, and it was like father of presidents and generals presidents, and later Illinois and Indiana, and then California only really came up in the 20th century, like during the Great Depression, and now we're entering the modern era where like Florida and Texas have risen, and New York and California have dropped. And so interstate competition, it's actually just like intercurrency competition. You know, you've got trading pairs, right? You know, sell BTC, buy ETH. You sell, you know, Solana or Z, you know, sell Monero, buy Zcash, right? Each of those trading pairs gives you signal for today on this currency is down or up relative to this other currency. In the same way, each of those migration pairs, someone goes from New York to Ohio, Ohio to California, gives you information on the desirability of different states. You can literally form a pairs matrix like this over time, very much like the link matrix. That's shaped America in a huge way. And so, you know, you ask, if this nation of immigrants that was founded by men younger than us, by the way, the founding fathers were often in their 20s, right, who, you know, endorsed the concept of proposition nation, who've given rise to a country of founders and pioneers, who've literally gone to the moon, right? those folks would think that this is the end of history. That's it. We're done. Like we've done everything else. I mean, there's people in technology who believe, and I agree with them, that we can go to Mars. We might even be able to end death. We can't innovate on something that was 230 years old. You know.
So there is a balance certainly to strike, but the American experiment is fascinating nevertheless. So one argument you can make is actually that we're in the very early days of this V2. This is what you describe as V2. You could make the case that we're not ready for V3, and we're just actually trying to figure out the V2 thing. We're trying to like
When are we ever ready?
now again we go back to marriage, I think, and having kids kind of thing. I think everyone who has kids is never really ready to be kids. That's the whole point of diving. Okay, but I mean, you mentioned that you can't watch it. Is there other criticisms of government that you can provide as we know it today before we kind of outline the ideas of V3? Let's stick to V2.
I'll give a few, right? And so a lot of this stuff will go into the version. So I've got this book, The Network State, which covers some of these topics.
Does Network State have a subtitle?
It is The Network State: How to Start a New Country. But I just have it at thenetworkstate.com.
I should say it's an excellent book that you should get. I read it on Kindle, but there's also a website, and Balaji said that he's constantly working on improving it, changing it. By the time the whole project is over, it'll be a different book than it was in the beginning.
I think so.
Always shedding its old skin.
Well, I wanted to get something out there, get feedback, and whatnot, just like an app, right? You have these two poles of an app is highly dynamic, and you're accustomed to having updates all the time, and a book is supposed to be static. And there's a value in something static, something unchanging, and so on. But in this case, I'm glad I kind of shipped a version 1.0, and the next version, I'm going to split into like tentatively motivation, theory, and practice. Like motivation, like what is the sort of political philosophy and so on that motivates me at least to do this, which you can take or leave, right? And then theory as to why network state is now possible, and I can define it in a second. And then the practice is zillions of practical details and everything from roads, diplomatic recognition, and so on. Funding, founding, all that stuff. A lot of the stuff actually I left out of V1 simply because I wanted to kind of get the desirability of it on the table and then talk about the feasibility.
I should actually linger on that briefly in terms of things we can revolutionize. Like one of the biggest innovations I think that Tesla does with the way they think about the car and the way they deploy the car is not the automation or the electric. To me, it's the over-the-air updates.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Be able to send instantaneously updates to the software that completely changes the behavior, the UX, everything about the car. And so I do think it would be interesting because books are a representation of human knowledge, a snapshot of human knowledge. And it would be interesting that if we can somehow figure out a system that allows you to do sort of like a GitHub for books. Like if I buy a book on Amazon without having to pay again, and I get updates like V1.1, V1.2, and there's like release notes.
Right.
That would be incredible. It's not enough to do like a second edition or a third edition, but like minor updates. It's not just on your website, but actually go into the model that we use to buy books.
Right.
So I spend my money. Maybe I'll do a subscription service for $5 a month where I get regular updates to the books.
Right.
And there's an incentive for authors to actually update their books such that it makes sense for the subscription. And that means your book isn't just a snapshot, but it's a lifelong project.
Right. So
So
I think there's a lot that can be done there because actually in going through this process, in many ways, the most traditional thing I did was self-publish ebook on Kindle, right? Why? Because basically, like, if you actually ink a deal with the book publisher, first they'll give you some advance. I didn't need the advance or anything. And second is all these constraints. You want to translate into this, or you want to do this other format, or you want to update it, you have to go and now talk to this other party, right? But, and also the narrowing window of what they'll actually publish, it gets narrower and narrower, but it's more than that. So, actually having an Amazon page, it's just like a marker that a book exists. Okay. And now I've got an entry point where if someone says, okay, I like this tweet, but how do I kind of get the, that might be a concept from like the middle of chapter 3, right? How do I get the thing from front to back? I can just point them at the networkstate.com. That is, import this, right? This one entry point, okay? And you mentioned like a subscription and money and so forth. And I think people are paying for content online now, newsletters and so on. But I've chosen to, and I will always have the thing free. And I want it on, or you can get the Kindle version on Amazon simply because you have to set a price for that. But networkstate.com, what I want to do is have that optimized for every Android phone. So people in India or Latin America or Nigeria can just tap and open it. I'm going to do translations and stuff like that. Greg Fodor of Allspace VR, founder of Allspace VR, he sold that, and he coded the website, and worked with him on it. And there's another designer who, Elijah, and it's basically just a 3-person group. And we thought we had something pretty nice. But one thing I was really pleasantly surprised by is how many people got in touch with us afterwards and asked us if we could open source the software to create this website, right? Because it's actually, you can try it on mobile. I think it's actually, in some ways, a better experience. And so that was interesting because I do think of the website as like a V1 version of this concept of a book app, right? For example, imagine if you have the Bible and the 10 Commandments are just text, but there's like a checklist and there's a gateway to a Christian community there, and the practice is embedded into the thing. Like did you know Brilliant.org? Amazing site. I love this site. Brilliant is basically mobile-friendly tutorials, and you can kind of just swipe through. You're in the line at Starbucks or getting on a plane or something. You swipe through and just get really nice micro lessons on things, and it's just interactive enough that your brain is working and you're problem solving. And sometimes you'll need a little pen and paper, but that format of sort of very mobile friendly, just continuous learning, I'd like to do a lot more with that. And so that's kind of where we're going to go with the book app.
So there's a lot of fun stuff about the way you did at least V1 of the book, which is you have like a 1-sentence summary, 1 paragraph summary, TLDR, and like 1 image summary, which is, I think honestly, it's not even about a short attention span. It's a really good exercise about summarization, condensation, like helping you think through what is the key insight. Like we mentioned, the prime number maze that reveals something central to the human condition, which is struggling against the limitation of our minds. And in that same way, you summarize the network state in the book. So let's actually jump right there, and let me ask you, what is the network state?
What is the network state? So I'll give it a sentence and I'll also give it an image, right? So the informal sentence: the network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. Okay, so just taking those pieces: highly aligned online community. That is not Facebook. That is not Twitter. People don't think of themselves as Facebookers or Twitterians, right? That's just a collection of hundreds of millions of people who just fight each other all day. Right? It's a fight club. A company is highly aligned, where you'll put a task into the company Slack, and if you do an all, but online communities don't tend to be highly aligned. Online communities tend to be like a Game of Thrones fan club or something like that. Or a Twitter account, you might get 0.1% of people engaging with something. It's not 100%. If you combine the degree of alignment of a company with the scale of a community, that's like what a highly aligned, online community is, right? So I get 1,000 or 10,000 people who can collectively do something as simple as just all liking something on Twitter. For example, why would they do that? They're a guild of electrical engineers. They're a guild of graphic designers, and you've got 1,000 people in this guild, and every day somebody is asking a favor from the guild, and the other 999 people are helping them out. For example, I've just launched a new project, or I'd like to get a new job. Can somebody help me? And so you kind of give to get. You're helping other people in the community, and you're kind of building up karma this way. And then sometimes you spend it down. Like Stack Overflow has this karma economy. It's not meant to be an internal economy that is like making tons and tons of money off of. This sort of keeps score, right? That's a highly aligned economy. Then capacity for collective action. I just kind of described that, which is at a minimum, you don't have a highly aligned online community unless you have 1,000 people and you paste in a tweet and 1,000 of them RT or like it. Okay, if you can't even get that, you don't have something. If you do have that, you have the basis for at least collective digital action on something. Okay, and you can think of this as a group of activists. You can think of it as, for example, let's say I mentioned a guild, but let's say they're a group that wants to raise awareness of the fact that life extension is possible. Right, every day there's a new tweet on, I don't know whether it's Foreman research or Sinclair's work or David Sinclair, right? Andrew Huberman has good stuff here, or there's Longevity VC. There's a bunch of folks working in this area. Every day there's something there, and literally the purpose of this online community is raise awareness of longevity. And of the 1,000 people, 970 go and like that. That's pretty good, right? That's solid. You've got something, or you've got a laser, right? You've got something which you can focus on something, because most of the Web 2 internet is entropic. You go to Hacker News, you go to Reddit, you go to Twitter, and you're immediately struck by the fact that it's like 30 random things. Random. It's just a box of chocolates. It's meant to be, we're
Some of them look delicious.
some of them look delicious. Novelty, we can overconsume novelty, right? So, where we're talking about earlier, the balance between tradition and innovation, right? Here is a different version of that, which is entropy going in a ton of different directions due to novelty versus like focus. It's like heat versus work. Heat is entropic and work forced along a distance are going in a direction, right? And so if those 30 links on the next version of Hacker News or Reddit or something like so brilliant, it's just that's leveling you up. The 30 things you click, you've just gained a skill as a function of that, right? So these kinds of online communities, I don't know what they look like. They probably don't look like the current social media. They just like, for example, I know it's a meta analogy, but in the 2000s, people thought Facebook for work would look like Facebook. And, David Sachs, founded and sold a company, Yammer, that was partially on the basis. It was fine as a $1 billion company. But Facebook for work was actually Slack, right? It looked different. It was more chat focused. It was less image focused. What does the platform for a highly aligned online community look like? I think Discord is the transitional state, but it's not the end state. Discord is sort of chatty. The work isn't done in Discord itself, right? The cryptocurrency for tracking, or the crypto karma for sort of tracking people's contributions, is not really done in Discord itself. Discord was not built for that. And I don't know what that UX looks like. Maybe it looks like tasks. Maybe it looks something different. Okay.
So let me linger on this. So you're actually, this people might not be even familiar with Discord or Slack and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Even these platforms have like communities associated with them.
Yes.
Meaning the meta community of people who are aware of the feature set, and that you can do a thing. That this is a thing, and then you could do a thing with it. Discord, like when I first realized that, I think it was born out of the gaming world.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit, this is like a thing. There's a lot of people that use this.
Right.
There's also a culture that's very difficult to escape that's associated with Discord that spans all the different communities within Discord. Reddit is the same. Even though there's different subreddits, there's still, because of the migration phenomenon, maybe, there's still a culture to Reddit and so on.
Yes.
So I'd like to sort of try to dig in and understand what's the difference between the online communities that are formed and the platforms on which those communities are formed.
Sure. Yes, it is. It is. So, for example, an office, a good design for an office is frequently you have, the commons, which is like the lunchroom or the gathering area. Then everybody else has a cave on the border they can kind of retreat to.
Cave in the comments. I love. By the way, I was laughing internally about the heat versus work. I think that's gonna stick with me. That's such an interesting way to see Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is this heat, or is this thread? Like, because there's a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
Is it just heat, or we're doing some like? Is there a directive thing that's
Exactly.
gonna be productive at the end of the day?
That's right.
I love it. I mean, anyway, the cave in the commons is really nice. So that has to do with the layout of an office.
That's right. And so you can think of many kinds of social networks as being on the cave and commons continuum. For example, Twitter is just all commons. The caves are just like individual DMs or DM threads or whatever, but it's really based on just one gigantic global public fight club for the most part, right? Then you have, well, somewhat love, but mostly fun. or actually, it's
I love aggressive.
yeah. I mean, the way I think, I mean, Twitter is like a cross between, a library and a civil war. You know, it's something where you can learn, and but you can also fight if you choose to fight, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because of the common structure of it, it's a mechanism for virality of anything.
Yeah. So
You just described the kind of things that
yeah, meaning no offense to librarians, it's like a library and library. Library was racked by civil war for many years, right?
library is one of my favorite sets of porn. Just kidding. Jokes. I'm learning that that's probably crossing the line for the engineers working on this humor emoji. Maybe take that.
Yeah. Gosh, we're just talking about. Oh yeah, so continue. Go ahead, continue.
Twitter's
Right?
a common.
Yeah, so Twitter's a commons, and Facebook is like it's got all these warrants and stuff. Facebook is very difficult to reason about, like privacy on that, and the reason is I think it's easy to understand when something is completely public, like Twitter, or completely private, like Signal. And those are the only two modes I think in which one can really operate. When something is quasi-private, like Facebook, you have to just kind of assume it's public because if it's interesting enough, it'll go outside your friend network and it'll get screenshotted or whatever and posted. And so, Facebook is sort of forced into default public despite its privacy settings. For anybody who says something interesting, it's like you can figure out all their dials and stuff like that, but it's just hard to understand unless it's totally private or totally public, right? You have to basically treat it if it's totally public, it's not totally private, okay? At least under a real name. I'll come back to soon. So you've got Twitter, that's total commons. Facebook, which is like a warrens, it's like rabbit warrens or like an ant colony where you don't know where information is traveling. Then you've got Reddit, which has sort of your global Reddit and then all the subreddits. That's a different model of cave and commons. I think one of the reasons it works is that you have individual moderators where something is totally off topic and acceptable, totally off topic and unacceptable in this subreddit, and totally on topic and acceptable in another. That's like kind of a, precursor of the digital societies that we're going to see that actually have become physical societies, like lots and lots of subreddit-like things, have become physical societies. Then you start going further into like Discord, where it's more full featured than as you go Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Now you jump into Discord, and Discord is a bunch of individual communities that are connected, and you can easily sort of jump between them, right? Then you have Slack, and yes, you can use Slack to go between different company Slacks, but Slack, historically at least, I'm not sure what their current policy is, historically they discourage public Slacks. So it's mostly like you have your main Slack for your company, and then you sometimes may jump into like let's say you've got a design consultant or somebody like that, you'll jump into their Slack. But Discord you've got way more Discords usually that you jump into than Slacks, right?
Well, yeah, and let me ask you then on that point, because there is a culture, one of the things I discovered on Reddit and Discord of anonymity or pseudonyms or usernames to represent the actual name. Now, Slack is an example of one. So I think I used to have a Slack for like deep learning course that I was teaching, and that was like very large, like 20,000 people, whatever. But so you could grow quite large, but there was a culture of like, I'm going to represent my actual identity, my actual name. And then the same stuff in Discord. I think I was the only asshole using my actual name on there. It's like everybody was using pseudonyms. So what's the role of that in the online?
Well, so I actually gave a talk on this a few years ago called the Pseudonymous Economy. Okay, and it's come about faster than I expected, but I did think it was going to come about fairly fast. And essentially, the concept is obviously we've had first anonym, pseudonym, real name, right?
So describe the difference.
Anonymous is like 4chan, where there's no tracking of a name. There's zero reputation associated with that, right? Pseudonymous is like much of Reddit, where there's a persistent username, and it has karma over time, but it's not linked to the global identifier that is your state name, right? So your quote real name, even the term real name, by the way, is a misnomer because it's like your social security name, like social security number. It's your official government name. It's your state name. It is the tracking device. It's the air tag that's put on, right? Why do I say that, right? Another word for a name is a handle. And so just visualize like a giant file cabinet. There's a handle with Lex Friedman on it that anybody, the billions of people around the world can go up to, and they can pull this file on you out. Images of you, things you've said, like billions of people can stalk billions of other people now. That's a very new thing, and I actually think this will be a transitional era in like human history. We're actually going to go back into a much more encrypted world. And
Okay, let me linger on that because another way to see real names is a label on a thing that can be canceled.
yes, that's right. In fact, there's a book called Seeing Like a State, which actually talks about the origins of surnames and whatnot. Like if you have a guy who's that guy with brown hair, that's like an analog identifier. It could be 10 different people in a village. But if you have a first name, last name, okay, that guy can now be conscripted. You can go down with a list of digital identifiers, pull that guy out, pull him, into the military for conscription, right? So that was like one of the purposes of names was to make masses of humans legible to a state, right? And seeing like a state, you can see them now, right? See, digital identifiers, like one thing that people don't usually think about is pseudonymity is itself a form of decentralization. So, people know Satoshi Nakamoto was pseudonymous. They also knew decentralization. But one way of thinking about it is, let's say his real name, okay, or his state name is a node, okay? Attached to that is every database, his Gmail, his, Facebook if he had one, every government record on him, right? All of these databases have that state name as the foreign key, right? And so it can go and look things up in all of those databases, right? And so I think of it as being the center of a giant network of all of these things. When you go and create a pseudonym, you're butting off a totally new node that's far away from all the rest. And now he's choosing to attach Bitcoin Talk and Bitcoin.org and the GPT signatures of the code if you choose to do that. All those things, the digital signatures, are all attached to this new decentralized name because he's instantiating it, not the government, right? One way of thinking about it is the root administrator of the quote real name system is the state because you cannot simply edit your name, right? You can't just you can't log into USA.gov and backspace your name, change it. Moreover, your birth certificate, all this stuff that's fixed and immutable, right? Whereas you would take for granted that on every site you go to, you can backspace, you can be like, call me Ishmael, walk into a site, you can use whatever name you want. Except use the same name across multiple sites, you can do that. And if not, you don't have to. One thing that we're seeing now actually is at the level of kids, the younger generation. Eric Schmidt several years ago mentioned that, people would like change their names when they became adults so that they could do that. This is kind of already happening. People are using, I've marked on this many years ago, search resistant identities. Okay, why? They have their Finsta, which is their fake name Instagram, and Rinsta, which is their real name Instagram. Okay, and what's interesting is on their Rinsta, they're their fake self because they're in their Sunday best and smiling. And this is the one that's meant to be search indexed, right? On the Finsta, their fake name, this is just shared with their closest friends. They're their real self, and they're hanging out at parties or whatever, And so this way, they've got something which is a public persona and a private persona, right? The public persona that's search indexed, and the private persona that is private for friends, right? And so organically, people are, like Gene Jacobs talks about like cities and how they're organic and whatnot. Like some of the mid 20th century guys, the architecture they had removed shade from like awnings and stuff like that got removed. So this is like the restoration of like awnings and shade and structure, so that you're not always exposed to the all-seeing web crawler that I have Sauron, which is like Googlebot just indexing everything. These are search-resistant identities, and that like eye just sort of passes over you, like the Terminator. Like in the Terminator, eye just kind of passes over you, right? So search-resistant identity is not pulled up; it's not indexed, right? And now you can be your real self. And so we've had this kind of thing for a while with communication. The new thing is that cryptocurrency has allowed us to do it for transaction, hence the pseudonymous economy, right? And you go from anonymous, pseudonymous, real name. These each have their different purposes, but the new concept is that pseudonym. You can have multiple of them, by the way. Your ENS name, you can have under your real name or state name, like Stream.eth. But you can also be punk6529. Okay, and now you can earn, you can sign documents, you can boot up stuff. You can have a persistent identity here, okay, which has a level of indirection to your real name. Why is that very helpful? Because now it's harder to both discriminate against you and cancel you. Concerns of various factions are actually obviated, or at least partially addressed, by going pseudonymous as default, right? It is the opposite of bring your whole self to work. It's bring only your necessary self to work, right? Only show those credentials that you need, right? Now, of course, anybody using cryptocurrency understands social network and so on is for this. But actually, many progressives are for this as well. Why? Ban the boxes. It's like you're not supposed to ask about like felony convictions when somebody is being hired because they've served their time, right? Or you're not supposed to ask about immigration status or marital status in an interview. And people have this concept of blind auditions where if a woman is auditioning for like a violin seat, they put it behind a curtain so they can't downgrade her for playing. So her performance is judged on the merits of its audible quality, not in terms of who this person is. So this way they don't discriminate versus male or female for who's getting a violin position. So you combine those concepts like ban the box, not asking these various questions, blind auditions, and then also the concept of implicit bias. Like if you believe this research, people are unconsciously biased towards other folks, right? Okay, so you take all that, you take Satoshi, and you put it together, and you say, okay, let's use pseudonyms. That actually takes unconscious bias even off the table, right? Because now you have genuine global equality of opportunity. Moreover, you have all these people, billions of people around the world that might speak with accents, but they type without them. And now if they're pseudonymous, you aren't discriminating against them, right? Moreover, with AI, very soon, the AI version of Zoom, you'll be able to be whoever you want to be and speak in whatever voice you want to speak in, right? And and that'll happen in real time.
This is really interesting. But for Finsta and Rinsta, there's some sense in which the fake Instagram you're saying is where you can be your real self. Well, my question is under pseudonym or when you're completely anonymous, is there some sense where you're not actually being your real self? That as a social entity, it is human beings are fundamentally social creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to be social creatures, there is some sense in which we have to have a consistent identity that can be canceled, that can be criticized or applauded in society,
right.
And that identity persists through time. So is there some sense in which we would not be our full, beautiful human selves unless we have a lifelong, consistent real name attached to us in the digital world?
So this is a complicated topic, but let me make a few remarks. First is real names, quote unquote state names, were not built for the internet. They were actually state names, right? It's actually a great way to think about it, Social Security, right? So your state name, your official name, was not built for the internet. Why? They give both too much information and too little. Okay, so too much information because someone with your name can find out all kinds of stuff about you. Like, for example, if someone doesn't want to be stalked, right? The real name is out there. The stalker knows it. They can find address information, all this other kind of stuff, right? And with all these hacks that are happening, just every day we see another hack, massive hack, etc. That real name can be indexed into data that was supposed to be private, right? Like, for example, the Office of Personnel Management, like the government, the U.S. government, many governments actually, are like a combination of the surveillance state and the Keystone Cops, right? Why? They slope up all the information and they can't secure it. So it leaks out the back door. Okay, they basically have 100 million records of all this 300 million records, all this very sensitive data. They just get owned, hacked over and over again, right? So really, there should be something which totally inverts the entire concept of KYC and what have you. And of course, comply with the regulations as they are currently written. But also, you should argue privacy over KYC. The government should not be able to collect what it can't secure. It's slurping up all this information. It's completely unable to secure it. It's hacked over and over again. China probably has the entire hidden file. And it's actually Texas. And some of these hacks are not even detected. These are just the ones that are being admitted. And so, what happens is criminals can just run this stuff and find, okay, so that guy who's got that net worth online and merges your database, they've got a bunch of addresses to go and hit. Okay. So, in that sense, real names were not, state names were not built for the internet, they just give too much information. In our actually existing internet environment, they give too much information. On the other hand, they also give too little. Why? If instead you give out lexfriedman.eth, okay, or a similar crypto domain name or Urbit name or something like that, now that's actually more like a DNS. Okay. First, if you've got a lexfriedman.eth, what can you do that? Some you can do today, some you'll soon be able to do. You can pay lexfriedman.eth, you can message lexfriedman.eth, you can look it up like a social profile, you can send files to it, you can upload and download. Basically, it combines aspects of an email address, a website, a username, etc. Eventually, I think you'll go from email to phone number to ENS address or something like that as the primary online identifier, because this is actually a programmable name, right? Whereas a state name is not. Think about it, like a state name will have apostrophes, perhaps in it, or is that your middle name, or this and that. That was a format that was developed for the paperwork, right? Whereas the ENS name is developed for the online. Now, the reason to say ENS or something like it, with somebody in a village, their name might be Smith because they were a blacksmith, or a potter because they were a potter, right? And the same way, I think your surname, right now, for many people, it's .eth, and that reflects the Ethereum. Your surname online will carry information back, like .sol says something different back. .btc says yet something different. I think we're going to have a massive fractionation of this over time. We're still in the very earliest days of our internet civilization, right? 100, 200 years from now, those surnames may be as informative as, say, Chen or Friedman or Oster and Boston in terms of what information they carry. Because the protocol, it's a civilization fundamentally associated.
Right, so there's some improvements to the real name that you could do in the digital world. If you think there's value in having a name that persists throughout the whole life, that is shared between all the different digital
I think you should be able to opt into right? At which level? In terms of the society that you're joining.
Wait a minute. So can I murder a bunch of people in Society 1 and then go to Society 2 and be like, I'm murder free? My name is...
I don't even like that. Yeah,
which is why that's the application I'm interested in.
Okay, well...
So what resistance? I would like you to prevent me, a person who's clearly bad for society, from doing that.
Sure. Murder is going to be against the rules in almost every society. And people will argue, most likely, right? And the reason I think
animals.
Well, I'm thinking of like the Aztecs or the Mayas, or some other stuff. Soviet Union. There's weird edge case arguments. Yeah, there's societies, unfortunately, that have actually. That's why I asked first. But let's say the murder is something that Society 1 probably has effectively a social smart contract or a social contract that says that's illegal, therefore you're in jail, therefore you're deprived of the right to exit. But upon entry into that society, in theory, you would have said, okay, I accept this quote social contract, right? Obviously, if I kill somebody, I can't leave. Okay, so you've accepted upon crossing the border into there, right? Now, as I mentioned, like what is murder? Like people will, there's an obvious answer, but as I said, there's been human sacrifices inside these communism. They kill lots of people. Nazism, they kill lots of people. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of societies. I wanted to say it's an edge case, but maybe many of the 20th century societies around the world have institutionalized some kind of murder, whether it's the Red Terror, the Soviet Union, or obviously the Holocaust, or the Cultural Revolution, or Year Zero, and so on and so forth. Right? So my point there is that who's committing all these murders? Who's the state? Is the organization that one is implicitly trusting them to track you, right? And how do they commit these murders? Well, how did Lenin, doing the hanging order? I'm talking about the hanging order for the kulaks.
Yes.
Okay, the famous hanging order, which actually showed they were actually bloodthirsty. The key thing was he said, here's a list of all the rich men, the kulaks, go and kill them. The real names, the state names were what facilitated the murder. They didn't prevent the murderers, though, right? So my point is, just in the ethical weighting of it, it's a two-sided thing, right? You're right that the tracking can, prevent disorganized murders, but the tracking facilitates, unfortunately, organized murders. Lists of undesirables were the primary tool of all of these oppressive states. You see my point?
I see your point, and it's a very strong point. In part, it's a cynical point. which is that the rule of a centralized state is more negative than positive.
I think it is like it's like nuclear energy. Okay, it's like fire. It is something which um, you're going to keep having it reform because there's good reasons where you have centralization, decentralization, decentralization. But power corrupts absolutely, and you just have to be very suspicious of this kind of centralized power. The more trust you give it, often the less trust it deserves. It's like a weird feedback loop, right? The more trust, the more it can do. The more it can do, the more bad things it will do.
So, okay, there is a lot of downside to the state being able to track you.
Right.
And history teaches us lessons when at a large scale, especially in the 20th century, at the largest of scales, they can commit a large amount of murder and suffering.
And by the way, history isn't over. If you think about what the Chinese are building on this, right? That surveillance state, it's not just tracking your name, it's tracking everything. You know, like WeChat is essentially like it is all the convenience and none of the freedom.
So that's the downside. But don't you? The question is about, I think, probably fundamentally about the human nature of an individual, of how much murder there would be if we can just disappear every time we murder.
Well, I
at
mean,
the individual level.
so the issue is basically like once one realizes that the moral trade-off has two poles to it, right? And moral that basically centralized organized murder has. I mean, if we add up all the disorganized murder of the 20th century, it's probably significantly less than the organized murder that these states facilitated, right? And probably by R.J. Rommel has this thing called democide, right? The thing is, it's so grim, right? Because even saying like one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic, right? These are just incalculable tragedies that we can't even understand. But nevertheless, engaging with it, I don't know, is the ratio 10x, is it 100x? I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100x.
Yeah, but have you seen the viciousness, the negativity, the division within online communities that have anonymity?
So that's the thing. Is basically, there's also a Scylla and a Shurvis. I'm not, when you see what centralization can do, and you correct in the direction of decentralization, you can overcorrect with decentralization and you get anarchy. And this is basically then you want to recentralize. Right? And this is the I think it's the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The empire long united must divide. The empire long divided must unite. That's always good. Right? So what's going to happen is we will state certain verbal principles, right? And then the question is where in state space you are. Are you too centralized? Well, then, okay, you want to decentralize. And are you too decentralized? Then you want to centralize and move tracking, right? And people opt into more tracking because they will get something for that tracking, which is a good for society. So it's kind of like saying, are we going north or south? And the answer is like, what's our destination? Where is our current position in the civilizational space?
Well, my main question, I guess, is does creating a network state escape from some of the flaws of human nature? The reason you got Nazi Germany is a large-scale resentment of the different explanations for that resentment. That's ultimately losing the heart of each individual. They made up the entirety of Nazi Germany. They had a charismatic leader that was able to channel that resentment into action, into actual policies, into actual political and military movements. It should not have the same kind of thing in digital communities as well.
Have you heard the term argumentum ad Hitler or like Godwin's law or something like? It's something where if the reference point is Hitler, it's this thing where a lot of things break down. But I do think, look, is there any? Did Bitcoin manage to get where it was without a single shot being fired? To my knowledge, yes. Right? Did Google manage to get where it is without shots being fired? Absolutely. And
while a lot of shots were being fired elsewhere in the world.
Sure.
And
but who's firing those shots?
The states,
right? Yeah.
But that's because Bitcoin and Google are a tiny minority of communities. It's like the icing on the cake of human civilization.
Sure. Basically, any technology. You can use a hammer to go and hit somebody with it. Right? I'm not saying every technology is equally destructive or what have you, but you can conceive of it's kind of like Rule 34, but for technology, right? Right? You can probably figure out
Your
some.
ability to reference brilliant things throughout is quite admirable. Yes, but anyway, sorry. We'll do technology.
Rule 34, but for abusive technology, you can always come up with a Black Mirror version of something. And in fact, there is this kind of funny tweet, which is like a sci-fi author. My book, Don't Invent the Torment Nexus, was meant to be a cautionary tale on what would happen if society invented the torment nexus. And then it's like, tech guys, at long last, we have created the torment nexus, or whatever. Right? And so the thing is that simply describing something, some abuse, unfortunately, after the initial shock wears off, people will unconsciously think of it as sort of an attractor in the space, right? It's like, I'll give you some examples, like, Minority Report had the gesture thing, right? And the Kinect was based on it. So the dystopian movie, but had this cool kind of thing, and people, kind of keyed off it, right? Or people have said that movies like, Full Metal Jacket, that was meant to be, my understanding, is meant to be like an anti-war movie, but lots of soldiers just love it, despite the fact that the drill sergeant was actually depicted as a bad guy, right? For the sort of portrayal of that, kind of power, right? So just saying, it's like giving the vision of like the digital Hitler or whatever. It's not actually a vision I want to paint. I do think is it everything is possible. Obviously, ISIS uses the internet, right? Like, is it?
Yeah, I'm not bringing up Hitler in a shallow argument. We're bringing up Hitler in a long, empathetic, relaxed discussion.
Sure,
which is a different,
I understand.
which is where Hitler can, like, in a
Right.
healthy way.
So
there's deep lessons in Hitler and Nazi Germany, as
So
there
let's
is with Stalin. Yes.
okay, so in many ways, and this is a very superficial way to talk about it. This is exit is the anti-genocide technology, right? Because exit is the route of the politically powerless. Exit is not. People always say, "Oh, exit is for the rich," or it's actually not true. Most immigrants equals most immigrants are not rich. They're politically powerless.
You described the exit.
What is exit? So there's this book which I reference a lot. I like it, called Exit, Voice, and Loyalty by Albert Hirschman. Okay, he essentially says, and I gave this talk in 2013 that goes through Voice and Startup School. Just to describe these: Voice is reform, exit is alternatives. For example, in the context of an open source project, Voice is submitting a bug, and exit is forking. In a company, Voice is you're saying, hey, here's a ticket, okay, that I'd like to get solved, and exit is taking your business elsewhere, okay. At global corporate governance, Voice is board of directors vote, and exit is selling your shares, right? In a country, Voice is a vote, and exit is migration, okay. And I do think that the two forces we talk about a lot, democracy and capitalism, are useful forces. But there's a third, which is migration, right? So you can vote with your ballot, you vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet. Wallet has some aspects of exit built into it. But voting with your feet actually has some aspects of voice filters, because when you leave, it's like an amplifier on your vote. You might say 10 things, when you actually leave, then people take what you said seriously. You're not just like complaining or whatever. You actually left San Francisco because it was so bad on this and this issue, and you've actually voted with your feet. It is manifest preference as opposed to stated preference. So voice versus exit is this interesting dichotomy. Do you try to reform the system, or do you exit it and build a new one, or seek an alternative? And then loyalty modulates this, where if you are a patriot, as part of the initial part of your conversation, right? Like, are you a traitor? You're giving up on our great thing, or whatever, right? And people will push those buttons to get people to stick. That's like, I shouldn't say the bad version. Let's say a common version. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But then there's the good version, which is, maybe the price is down right now, but you believe in the cause. So even if they're, on paper, you would rationally exit. You believe in this thing, and you're going to stick with it. Okay. So loyalty can be, again, good and bad, but it kind of modulates the trade-off between voice and exit. Okay. So given that framework, we can think of a lot of problems in terms of, am I going to use voice or exit or some combination? Because they're not mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, left and right, so we use both together. I think that one of the biggest things the internet does is it increases
Whoa,
microeconomic
Zuckerberg, is this
leverage,
shit working?
and therefore increases
Yeah.
exit in
I'm
every
too busy
respect.
planning a
For
fucking
example,
disco party for Brazil.
you know, on
You
every
douche.
phone, you can pick between Lyft and Uber, right? When you're at the store, you see a price on the shelf and you can comparison shop, right? If it's Tinder, you can swipe, right? If it's Twitter, you can click over to the next account. The back button is exit. The microeconomic leverage in the sense of alternatives, right? This is like one of the fundamental things that the internet does. It puts this tool on your desktop, and now you can go and talk to an illustrator, or you can kind of build it yourself, right? By typing in some, you know, characters into DALL-E.
And that makes the positive forces of capitalism more increase in macroeconomic leverage.
And it's individual empowerment, right? And so our sort of industrial age systems were not set up for that level of individual empowerment. Just to give you like one example I think about, we take for granted every single website you go and log into, you can configure your Twitter profile and you can make it dark mode or light mode and theme, all this stuff is edited, right? How do you configure your USA experience? Is there a USA.gov that you edit? Can you even edit your name there?
Dark mode for USA.
I mean, just your profile. Is there like a national profile? I mean, there's like driver's license. The point is that it's assumed that it's not like individually customizable quite in that way, right? Of course, you can move around your house and stuff like that, but it's not like your experience of the U.S. is like configurable, you know?
Let me think about that. Let me think about sort of the analogy of it. So the macroeconomic leverage, you can switch apps, you switch your experience in small ways efficiently multiple times a day inside the United States.
Well, the
I
physical
think
world.
you do, yeah, under the constraints of the physical world, you do like micro migration.
So this is coming back to the hunter-gatherer, farmer-soldier, digital nomad kind of thing, right? The digital nomad combines aspects of the V1 and the V2 for the V3, right? Because the digital nomad has the ability and freedom of the hunter-gatherer, but some of the consistency of the civilization of the farmer and soldier, right? But coming back to this, like, one other thing about it is, in the 1950s, if a guy on an assembly line might literally push the same button for 30 years, okay? Whereas today, you're pushing a different key every second, right? That's like one version of like microeconomic leverage. Another version is, you know, in the 1980s, I mean, didn't have Google Maps, right? So you couldn't just like discover things off the map. People would just essentially do, you know, home to work and work to home and home to work, and a trip had to be planned, right? They were contained within a region of space, or you do home to school, school to home, home to school. You know, it wasn't like you went and explored the map. Most people didn't, right? They were highly canalized, okay? Meaning, you know, that it was just back and forth, very routine, just like the push the button, trapped within this very small piece, and also trapped within this large country because it was hard to travel between countries. And again, you know, of course, there were vacations. Of course, there was some degree of news and so on. Your mobility wasn't completely crushed, but it was actually quite low, okay, relatively speaking. Just you were trapped in a way you weren't even really thinking about. Okay? And now that map is opened up. Now you can see the whole map. You can go all over the place. You know, I don't have the data to show it, but I'd be shocked if the average person didn't go to more places, wasn't, you know, doing more, you know, going to more restaurants and things like that today than they were in the 80s, simply because the map is open.
And the map is made more open to the digital world.
Exactly. So we're reopening the map like the hunter-gatherer, okay? Because you can now think about every site for very low cost that you can visit, right? The digital world, you can, I mean, how many websites have you visited? I don't know, hundreds of thousands probably at this point over your life, right? How many places on the surface of this? You're actually unusual. You might be like a world traveler, right? But still, even your physical mobility is less than your digital, right? You can just essentially, I mean, the entire concept of like nations and borders and whatnot didn't exist in the hunter-gatherer, right? Because you couldn't build permanent fortifications. Even nations as we currently think of them with like demarcated borders, you needed cartography, you needed maps, right? That stuff didn't exist for a long time. You just had a sort of a fuzzy area of, we kind of control this territory and these guys are on the other side of the river, okay?
I think just
I don't want to digress too much, but yeah.
We're digress away. I think the entirety of life on Earth is a kind of digression, which creates beauty and complexity. as part of the digression. I think your vision of the network state is really powerful and beautiful. I just want to linger on
Let's
this
talk about it.
real name issue.
Yes, really.
Let me just give you some data. Go ahead. Personal and enjoyable experience data. There's a reason I only do this podcast in person. There is something lost in the digital space.
Oh, sure.
And I find, now I personally believe, to play devil's advocate against the devil's advocate that I'm playing, I personally believe that this is a temporary thing. We will figure out technological solutions for this, but I do find that currently people are much more willing to be on scale cruel to each other online
Yes.
than they are in person. The way to do that, just as Ukraine went to the front, the way you can have people be cruel to each other in the physical space is through the machinery propaganda that dehumanizes the other side,
Right.
all that kind of stuff. That's really like hard work to do. Online, I find just naturally at the individual scale, people somehow start too easily engaged in the drug of mockery, derision, and cruelty.
Yes.
When they can hide behind anonymity. I don't know what that says about human nature. I ultimately believe most of us want to be good and have the capacity to do a lot of good, but sometimes it's fun to be shitty, to shit on people, to be cruel. I
It's
don't know what
weird.
that is.
It's weird because I think, one of my sayings is, just like the internet increases microeconomic leverage, the internet increases variance. For anything that exists before, you have, the 0 and 100 versions of it. I'll give some examples, then I'll come to this. For example, you go from the 30-minute sitcom to the 30-second clip or the 30-episode Netflix binge, right? You go from guy working 9 to 5 to the guy who's the 40 years old and has failed to launch, hasn't doesn't have a job or anything, and the 20-year-old tech billionaire. Okay, you go from all kinds of things that were sort of Gaussian or kind of constrained communication to kind of extreme outcomes on both sides. Okay, and applying that here, you are talking about the bad outcome, which I agree does happen with the internet. In some sense, makes people have very low empathy. But it also is the other extent where people find their mental soulmates across the world. Someone who's living in Thailand or in, like Latin America, who thinks all the same stuff, just like them. Wow, you never met this person before, right? You get to know them online, you meet in person, it's like, the brains have been communicating for 2 years, 3 years, you've been friends, and you see them in person, it's just great, right? So it's not just the total lack of empathy. It is, frankly, far more empathy than you would be able to build usually with an in-person conversation in the 80s or the 90s with someone on their side of the world, because you might not even have a visa to go to their country or not even know they existed. How would you get them to find each other and so on, right? So it is kind of both. It is tearing society apart and it's putting it back together, both at the same time.
My main concern is this. What I see is that young people are for some reason more willing to engage in the drug of cruelty online under the veil of anonymity.
That's what you're seeing publicly, but you're not seeing the private chats. Like it's a
Well,
incentive distribution.
I work for the intelligence agency,
Okay.
so I'm
You see the private chats.
I'm collecting all every day. Yes, but you can intuit stuff, and I don't think I'm being very selective. I mean, if you just look at the young folks, I mean, I am very concerned about the intellectual, psychological growth of young men and women.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I am saying, however, there is a positive there that once we see it, we can try to amplify that.
Yes, with technology.
Yes,
Yes,
that's
but
right.
I'm just saying the very, very basic technology. Like if stuff I code up over the weekend kind of thing. I think if I throw anonymity on top of that, it will lead to many bad outcomes for young people.
Anonymity, yes. Pseudonymity, maybe not, because Reddit is actually fairly polite, right?
What?
The
It's
entire
shit as
Reddit
fuck.
just chuckled.
Well, within a subreddit, it's actually fairly polite. Like they say, you're not usually seeing. It depends on which subreddit, of course.
There's a consistency. There's a right that I think definition of politeness is interesting here because it's polite within the culture of that subreddit.
Yes, they abide by. Let me put it differently. They abide by the social media side, right?
So there's an interesting difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. You're saying it's possible that pseudonymity, you can actually avoid some of the negative aspects.
Absolutely. We're re-Dunbarizing in some ways. Okay, with China being the big exception around the Dunbar number, 150 people, that's like roughly the scale of your society, right? But that's the number of people that a human can kind of keep in their brain with scale. Whether a Bach or not, I think it's probably roughly true. And we're re-Dunbarizing the world because A, we're making small groups much more productive, and B, we're making large groups much more fractious, right? So you have an individual like Notch who can program Minecraft by himself, or Satoshi who could do a V1 of Bitcoin by himself, or Instagram, which is just like 10 people, or WhatsApp, which is like 50 people on themselves. But on the other hand, you have huge countries of hundreds of millions of people that are just finding that the first and second principle, or they're splitting on principal components. But Scott Alexander thinks of them as scissor statements. Like statements that one group thinks is obviously true, one group thinks is obviously false. You can think of them as political polarization. You can think of them in terms of game theory. It's lots of different reasons you can give for why this happens. But those large groups now are getting split, and so you have both the unsustainability of these large sort of artificial groups and the productivity of these small organic ones. And so that is kind of, it's like sort of obvious that's the direction of civilizational rebirth.
There's so many beautiful, just like, we mentioned chocolates, by advertising themselves. Your entirety of speech is an intellectual, like, box of chocolates. But okay, so I don't think we finished defining the network state. Let's linger on the definition. We gave the one sentence statement, which I think essentially encapsulated the online nature of it. I forget what else. Can we just try to bring more richness to this definition? How you think about it?
Highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. So we talked about was the alignment of online communities and capacity for collective action.
Yep.
Well, one collective action, it could be 1,000 people liking a tweet, right? If you can get 1,000 or 1,000 people doing it. But a much higher level, much higher bar is 1,000 people crowdfunding territory and actually living together, just like people currently in physical space. And not all in one place. That's critical. Just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, the network states a recipe for a decentralized state-like entity, okay, where it starts with, for example, two people just get, they become roommates. They meet in this community, they become roommates, okay, they get a place together. Or 10 people get a group house. Or eventually 100 people just buy a small apartment building together. Guess what? They start getting equity, not just paying rent, okay? These are all people who share their values. And now they can crowdfund territory together. Now, of course, they don't just jump straight from 1,000 people liking something to 1,000 people crowdfunding something. What I describe in the middle is you do a lot of meetups, you get to know these other people before you decide to live, collectively with them. Once you live with them, you start to get a network effect. For example, if those 100 people want to learn Spanish or Turkish or Vietnamese, they could all have a building where they're doing Vietnamese immersion, right? And that's something which they get a benefit from being physically around the other people that the pure digital wouldn't give them to quite the same extent, right? And so crowdfund territory around the world, crucially, not just one place, they're all connected by the internet. Just like Hawaii is 2,000 miles away from the continental U.S., but both sides think of them as American, but the people on Hawaii and people in the continental U.S.
What's the role of having that territory if most of the exchange, so presumably as technology gets better and better, the communication, the intimacy, the exchange of ideas all happens in the digital world. What's the importance of being able to crowdfund territory?
Well, because we're still physical creatures. You can't reproduce yet digitally, right? There's still lots of things.
So it's all about sex.
Well, that's going to be part of it. You're going to want to reproduce.
Are we talking about a cult?
Well,
so
it's not a cult. It's not a cult.
Why can't you just take it from? Why is it not?
It's not a cult because a cult is very internally focused, and it tries to close its members off from the outside world. This is much more how America itself was populated, where there were lots of towns, like Penn is named after William Penn, or the founder in Texas, like Sam Houston, right? Lots of towns like the Oneida Commune in northern New York, they recruited. They became a town, and they became actually the Oneida glassware company kind of, makes glassware. All of these communities that were opt-in voluntary communities were not simply like cults that were closed off from the world. They were meant to set an example to the world of what virtuous living looked like, and they're trying to recruit from the rest of the world. They're exporting goods to the rest of the world, right? So it's yes, reproduction, it's marriage and kids and so on, but it's also just hanging out, and it is.
Yo, dog, how about this
physical
shit?
world is very high bandwidth. There's lots of stuff. It's fun to just go and have a dinner in person, just to hang out and build things. Moreover, there's also lots of innovation that can only take place in the physical world. Look, one of my sayings in the book is cloud first, land last, but not land never. Okay. In many ways, one of the problems the book solves is Thiel's problem of, we have innovation bits but not apps, right? We can build $1 billion company online, but we need 1 billion permits to build a shed in San Francisco, right? How do you reconcile that? Well, what is stopping the innovation in apps? It is thicket of regulations. What are those regulations? Ultimately, a social construction. If you lean into the whole sort of deconstructionist school of thinking, you can deconstruct and then reconstruct the state itself, given sufficient social consensus online. Okay, if the population of Nevada had 100% consensus, you could just dissolve every law in Nevada in theory and then build new ones. Okay, so the online consensus of getting people to agree on something is upstream of what happens offline. So once you have consensus in bits, the human consensus, also cryptographic consensus, then you can reshape the world of atoms. The reason we can't reshape the world of atoms right now is because you don't have that consensus of minds. Okay, for example, in SF, anything you do, there's going to be 50% people who are against you. That's just a recipe for gridlock. Whereas if you have a bare piece of land that everybody agrees on, you can get 70,000 units get set up in Burning Man in just a few days. Okay, that's the power of when you actually have human consensus. And one way I've talked about this also in the book a little bit, and so I'm going to go much more into detail in the B2. I think of this as 100% democracy as opposed to 51%. 51% democracy, which is the current form of government, is 49% dictatorship. Because the entire premise of democracy is about the consent of the government. Right? That's actual legitimating underpinning principle. And insofar as 49% did not consent to the current, president or prime minister or whatever, let's say presidential system, first past the post, okay. Insofar as 49% did not consent, or in a prime minister system, it could be like 60% or more didn't consent to the current leader. Those folks are having something imposed on them that they literally did not vote for. Moreover, campaign promises are non-binding. So where they voted for, they can effectively defraud. The actual voter fraud is when a politician promises X but does not do it. It's as if you bought a can of orange juice and you actually drink it, it's milk, or it's nothing, right? So all of that is routinized, all of that is accepted. We have this thing which is just the minimum possible amount of democracy, 51%. Okay, and what happens is then that 50% tries to ram something down the 49%'s throat, and then the next election it's now 51, 49 the other way, and then they ram it back. And that's how you get this seesaw that is just splitting countries apart, right? The alternative to that is you build a consensus online, you go and get some godforsaken patch of territory. Actually, the worse the territory, the better. Why? Because it's like Burning Man. Nobody cares, right? The nicer the piece of land, the more the people are going to argue about it. But Starlink has repressed the world. Basically, all kinds of pieces of territory that were previously, they're far away from natural ports, they're far away from natural resources, all kinds of pieces of territory around the world now have satellite internet. And so what you can do is, again, the map is being reopened, right? Like we were talking about earlier. The map is being reopened. You can gather your community online. They're now capable of collective action. You can point here. This place has great Starlink coverage. You go there like the Verizon guy, can you hear me now? Good, right? You see that the coverage is good there. You drive out there, you test it out. Maybe you do it with mobile homes first, right? This, by the way, is its own thing. There's YIMBY and there's NIMBY and there's YIMBY, but I actually also like YIMBY. Okay,
let's go NIMBY, YIMBY, YIMBY. What are those?
So NIMBY is not in my backyard. Don't go in cities. YIMBY is let's build high density buildings, really tall buildings, and so on and so forth. There's a third version which is HIMBY. It's my little image, which is horizontal sprawl is good. Why horizontal sprawl? Because to build a skyscraper, to build a tall building in the city, you have this enormous permitting process, all of this stuff which has to get done. It's expensive, it's time consuming. The way that cities were built, if you go back to the D1, what does the startup city look like? It looks like something like Burning Man. It looks like the cities of the Wild West. They were not multi-story buildings, right? They were basically things that were just like one story, and someone could have it there in the dust, and then you build roads and stuff between them. They can move them around. City looks like, right? Now you've got something. There's a company I found called Kift, which is like van life. There's a lot of stuff in construction that makes this feasible. So-called man camps for fracking, where people can just do like companies like a Greco that provide power. You bring water, all this stuff on site. So it's easy to actually snap this stuff to grid, relatively speaking. If you've got horizontal space, you pick this space, you crowd from the territory, and it goes. Okay. The last bit is eventually gains diplomatic recognition for the existing states. And this is the part that people, different people will be with me up to this point, and then they'll say, okay, that's a part I disagree with, or how are you going to do it, right? They'll say, yeah, you can build an online community. I believe you can get to do collective action. Of course, people have crowdfunded land and moved it together, doing it at a larger scale. All that I believe. How are you possibly ever going to gain diplomatic recognition for pre-existing states? You dumb, delusional techno, right? That's it. And that's about the tone of it as well. And so, first, I would say sovereigns are already out for business. They're inking deals. Okay, Nevada inked a deal with Tesla to build the Geiger factory. El Salvador has Bitcoin as its national currency. Wyoming has done the DAO law, where Ethereum is now recognized, where you can have on-chain corporations that are recognized by Wyoming. Virginia and New York negotiated with Amazon for HTTP. Tuvalu signed a deal with GoDaddy for the .tv domain. Colombia signed a deal for the .co domain, and on and on and on. Sovereigns are open for business. Sovereigns are doing deals with companies and with currencies. Sovereigns at the level of cities like Miami or New York, where the mayors are accepting their salary in Bitcoin. States like Wyoming or Nevada has its new private cities legislation, or entire countries like El Salvador. So
when you say sovereigns, by the way, you mean the old school physical nation states,
fiat states.
Fiat states.
Okay. And
but the fiat isn't the thing that makes a state. What makes a state is geographical location.
It is something where they're both, right? So basically, it's a play on words. So just like fiat currency, with currency, we will have fiat country and crypto country, right? And in fact, you can think of the fiat and crypto version of almost anything. One thing I'll come to later is a big thing. The big thing I think comes after digital currency is digital passports. Okay, so and that's a big part of this whole network thing. But so that last bit, the reason I just mentioned all those deals with sovereigns, whether at the city, U.S. state, or UN listed country level, okay, and on the other hand, so that's on one side of the market. On the other side are the companies and the currencies. Why could we not have online communities? Right?
So let me
make those deals.
So diplomatic recognition, but aren't you still attached to the responsibilities that come from being a member of a sovereign, old school nation state? So can you possibly escape that?
So yes, and let me give you a concrete example. Israel. Okay, why? People talk about, a lot of people are like, oh, Balaji, he took this from Snow Crash, or some sci-fi book they'll reference. Actually, if there's many different references in the book, this is not the only reference. But a very important reference that I think is much more important to me than Snow Crash, which is good, a good book, whatever, but it's fiction, is Der Judenstaat by Theodor Herzl, which translates as the Jewish state, and that led to the foundation of Israel. And that's very real. It's worth reading because it's amazing. Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder, okay? In the book, he was writing about the death of distance in 1897. Why? Because steamships could take you across, countries, okay? And he, was just, amazingly smart and practical guy who just handled all these various objections. And he said, look, the Jewish people, our choices are either A, assimilate, go with the culture, or B, some people are thinking communism is a good idea. I disagree with that. We should do C, build our own country, right? And that was considered totally crazy. What he did was he, A, wrote a book, B, started a fund, C, organized a semi-annual conference, the World Zionist Congress, and the fund and the Congress are still going today. Crucially, there were a bunch of intermediate stages between the book and the idea and then the actual state of Israel in 1947. For example, the folks who were committed Zionists got together and started crowdfunding territory in what is now Palestine. And in fact, though, Palestine was only one choice. In the book, they also had Argentina as a choice. So it's my concept: cloud first, land last, and the land's a parameter. You can choose, right? Other places I would consider to very expensive, like Madagascar, Birobidzen, the former Soviet Union, right? So the land was a parameter. Palestine went out because of its, historical and religious importance. Now, by the way, one thing I'm sure some fraction of viewers are like, oh my God, like all the bad stuff that happened. I'm obviously not denying that there's enormous amounts of controversy and so on that attends Israel. I would consider myself given pro Israel. I also consider myself pro Palestinian. I've found lots of Palestinians and things like that. So I'm leaving that part out, that huge conflict, for now. Okay, and you might say that's airbrushing it. I don't mean it to do that. I'm saying here is the positive things they did. Can we take the positive and not have the negative? And I'll come back to how we might solve this part. Let me just talk about this a little bit more. So one of the things that happened was committed Zionists went and crowdfunded territory in what is now Israel, and they knit it together, right? Why? Because when you're physically present on territory, yes, in theory, like the British Empire was in control; they were the sovereign. Okay, in practice, who were the boots on the ground, the facts on the ground? Right? It was the people who were actually tilling the land, and building the buildings, and so on and so forth. Like who had the claim there is like the people who were present. Okay, now this territory, this network of territories, eventually became the basis for, a part of the basis for what became Israel. Now, I'm fully aware that the exact configuration of what territory belongs to Israel, what territory belongs to Palestinians, this is an enormous topic of dispute. Okay, but I just point this out to say the process of going from book, crowdfunding territory, to a sovereign state where people were now citizens of Israel, as opposed to the British Empire, is not some fictional thing, but did happen, and within the lifetimes of some of the older, now they're in their 80s now, within the lifetimes of some older people. Okay, so it's not impossible. In fact, it has happened, right? Okay.
But for that step, then perhaps, hopefully, is a better example, because in this particular, like you said, land last. If I were to, if I was an alien and arrived at Earth, and say choice of land, maybe if you were interested in choosing a land that represents a network state where ideas that unites a people based on ideas, maybe pick a land that doesn't lead to generational conflict and war.
Yes, so I'll get to that.
And destruction and suffering.
Oh, that's right. So now that I've said what are positive things about Israel, and I think there's a lot to admire in Israel. As I said, I think there's also a lot to admire the Palestinians. So I'm not taking any position on that. There's other inspirations for the members. The second major inspiration is India, which managed to achieve independence nonviolently. Right? That's very important, right? So can you fuse these things, right? A state started with a book that achieved independence nonviolently, okay, and that managed to build this polyglot, multicultural democracy, right? That does, India has its flaws, but it does manage to have human rights of lots of people respected and what have you, right? And has managed to, there are times like emergency in the 1970s and there are Gandhi emergency. There are times when it seemed touch and go, but overall, with fits and starts, this flawed thing is kind of making its way through. And the third inspiration is Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew, who built a city-state from nothing. I shouldn't say from nothing. Okay, there was something there, but let's say built one of the richest countries in the world without huge amounts of natural resources, in the middle of a zone where there was lots of communist revolution going on. And so he was the CEO founder, essentially, of this amazing startup country, right? And, finally, of course, America, which has too many influences to name, things we talk about, the nation of immigrants, obviously the Constitution, and so on. And you think, okay, you think of these inspirations. What's interesting about these four countries, by the way, Israel, India, Singapore, and the US, they have something in common. You know what that is? They're all forks of the UK caucus. We think, obviously, the UK was sort of the ancestor of America, but Israel was a former British colony, right? India was a British colony, and so was Singapore, right?
And for people who don't know what fork and code base means, it's language from versioning systems, particularly Git, represented online in a website called GitHub. And a fork means you copy the code and all the changes you make to the code now live in their own little world. So America took the ideas that define the United Kingdom and then forked it by evolving those ideas in a way that didn't affect the original country.
That's right. And what's interesting about this is, and of course, I'm saying that in a somewhat playful way, right? But I think it's a useful analogy, interesting analogy, right? So you have the Americans who forked, the UK code base, and then you have, the Indians, the Israelis, and the Singaporeans who also made their own modifications. And in some ways, each society has pieces that you can take from them and learn from them and try to combine them, right? So you have a state that is started by a book that non-violently assembles, that crowdfunds territory around the world, that is led by a CEO founder, and that is also governed by something that's like a constitution. But just like you went from, I talk about the V1, V2, and V3 a lot, right? Like V1 is gold, and V2 is fiat, and V3 is Bitcoin, right? Or V1 is hunter-gatherer, and V2 is farmer-soldier, V3 is digital nomad or sovereign collective, okay, which is not just an individual, but a group. Here, V1 is UK common law. They don't have a constitution. It's all precedent going for many years, right? V2 is the US Constitution, and V3 is the smart contract, the social smart contract, which is a fusion, obviously, of Rousseau's concept of the social contract and the smart contract. The social smart contract is like written in code. Okay? So it's like even more rigorous than the Constitution. And in many ways, you could think of going from the United Kingdom of England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, the United States of America, the networks men with the Magna Carta, to Europeans, African Americans, all the immigrants, the Americans, or the North America, then you go to all the people of the world. And so you basically are more democratic, and you're more about capitalism. In a sense, it's the V3, right? In other ways, the V3, only about 2% of the world is over 35, native-born American, can qualify to be president of the United States. But 100% of the world, you can become the president of the person. There might be a Palestinian Washington or a Brazilian. And now, rather than say, okay, maybe you have a small percentage chance of immigrating to the U.S. and a small percentage chance of your descendant, becoming president. Now we can just say you can start over. And you know what? Maybe this person is so exceptional, they have Americans coming to their, networks, right?
You don't think that kind of thing is possible with like rich get richer in the digital space too? The people with more followers.
I want shit from jail.
Friends that have followers and they like.
I don't think it's the rich get richer. I think what happens is, so this is an important concept. Right? It's multi-axis, right? That is to say, for example, just the introduction of the Bitcoin axis, right? And those, because it didn't exist pre-2009, now it exists. Those people who are rich in BTC terms are only partially correlated with those who are rich in USD terms. There's all these folks. Essentially,
BTC is Bitcoin and USD is
now.
Yes. So that's a new axis, and ETH is yet another axis, right?
Ethereum. ETH is Ethereum.
Right. So you are essentially getting new social systems which are actually net inequality decreasing, because before you only had USD millionaires, and now you have a new track, and then another track, right? You have different hierarchies, different ladders, right? And so on net, you have more ladders to climb, and so it's not the rich getting richer. In fact, old money, in some ways, is a last. Old money and old states, I think, those people who are the most focused on, you might call it reform, I would call it control, okay? The most focused on control of the old world, who have the least incentive to switch, the rich will get poorer, because it will be the poor or those who are politically powerless, politically poor, who go and seek out these new states.
Yeah, I didn't mean in the actual money, but yes, okay, there's other ladders. I meant in terms of influence, political and social influence in these new network states. You, I think, said that basically anybody can become president of a network state.
Just like anybody can become CEO of a startup company. Of course, whether people follow you is another matter, but anybody can go and found. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, from the perspective that anyone can found one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone can found. I see.
we don't think it's implausible that somebody from Brazil or Nigeria. I mean, most billionaires in the world are not American. And in fact, actually, here's another important point: it's far easier to become a tech billionaire than become or billionaire period than become president of the United States. There's less than 50 U.S. presidents ever, all time. Okay, it is a much more realistic ambition to become a billionaire than become president. There's like thousands of billionaires worldwide. In fact, 75% are outside the U.S. And many of those have been, some of them are like energy and oil, which is often based on political connections, but a very large chunk of the rest are tech. Okay, and that's something where you're mining, but you're mining online by hitting keys as opposed to with a pickaxe, and granite, right? So the point is that we think it's totally understandable today for there to be a huge founder who comes out of Vietnam or South America, like that. Like you can name founders from all over the world, right? Exceptional people can rise from all over the world to run giant companies. Why can they not rise to run giant new countries? And the answer is we didn't develop the mechanism, right? And just as another example, I talked about this in the book. Vitalik Buterin is far more qualified than Jerome Powell, right? Or anybody that knows. He actually built and managed a monetary policy and a currency from scratch, okay, as a 20-something. Right? Obviously, that's a more accomplished person than somebody who just inherited an economy. This is a
lot of people can push back at that and say that the people that initially built the thing aren't necessarily as managed
sometimes, but Zuck has done a good job of both. I think Vitalik has done a good job of both.
But that's not in error truth.
Well, so actually,
if you built the thing, you would be the best person to run.
I will agree with you on that, and actually, I talk about this in the book, or I've got an essay on this called "Founding versus Inheriting." Okay, and the premise is actually that the classic example, the saying "shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations." It means the guy who starts out poor and builds a fortune, his son maintains it, and his dissipate grandson dissipates it. Right?
And why is shirt sleeves a symbol of poverty?
Well, back in the past, it was kind of like you're just working with you're not white collar. You're back to working with your hands. You're
blue collar to blue collar thinking, right?
Yeah, we're working class or something like that, right? So essentially, that the grandson squanders it, right? And in sense, by the way, just to talk about that for a second, if you have 2 children and 4 grandchildren and 8 great grandchildren and 16 and so on, and older families, they're much bigger, right? 6 children is not uncommon. Whatever fortune you have is now split 6 ways, and then 6 ways, and 6 ways again. So, with the exception of primogeniture, where the oldest son inherits all the way down, the majority of your descendants, just a few generations out, have probably inherited none of that fortune, unless it is compounded to such an extent that it's like up 6x over 20 years, right? So it's actually hard to maintain a quote ruling class in the sense that this person who's like 4 generations down has, like 1/16 of the DNA, 1/2 to the 4th, right, of their scion who built the fortune. So it's not even like the same. Is it the same family even, right? Is the fortune actually in the family? So most people don't think a few generations out. They just kind of think, oh, Marx is right. There's always been a rich and a poor. It's actually much more dynamic than that because you literally what is even the family when it's diluted out? 1/16, right? If you're 1/16 of Rockefeller, are you a Rockefeller? Or are you 15, 16 something else? Would you have the Rockefeller fortune? Probably not, right? Now, are there, again, primogeniture, where the guy who inherits the name all the way through, that would be one way to pass it down. But even that person doesn't necessarily have the qualities of the guy who, cultural qualities, other qualities, the guy who's like 4 generations past, they tend to squander, right? So this actually brings us to, coming back up to governance, the system, the guys who built the United States, like Washington, Hamilton, these are giants, right? These are founders. And the folks today are like, not the grandson, but like the 40th generation heir of a factory that somebody else built. Like think about a factory and you have, this grandchild or great grandchild who inherits a factory. Most of the time it's just cranking out widgets and the great grandson is cashing checks. They have been selected as the legitimate heir because it's the founder passes it down to his son, passes it down to his grandson, to his great grandson. So legitimacy is there. They've got title. They can show, I own this factory. Okay. They can cash the checks. There's professional managers there. Everything seems fine. Until one day, that factory has to go from making widgets to making masks for COVID or something else. It has to change direction. It has to do something it hasn't done before. None of that capability for invention and reinvention is present. These people have inherited something that they could not build from scratch. Because they could not build from scratch, they can't even maintain it. This is an important point. The ability to build from scratch is so important because if some part breaks and you don't know why it was there, can you even maintain it? No, you can't. Okay? Unless all the replacement parts and the know-how to fit them together is there, you can't repair this. So in 2009, Mother Jones had a story that said the US military had forgotten how to make some kinds of nuclear weapons because there was a part where all the guys who knew how to make it had like aged out or left. Okay? And this was some like aerogel or something like that. It was rumored. Okay?
This sucks.
Thing is, you're seeing, increasingly, for example, you've got wildfires in California. You've got,
Shit ever. Endless bullshit. I like how 0 people watch it. Bitch. This bitch. Anyway. I'm pissed. I'm fucking happy as shit. Why? Why not? Alright. You know what fucking Jewish holiday songs? We have kids. Search engine sucks so much fucking cock. It's unbelievable. I'm telling you for the last fucking time. Oh, are you fucking serious? Stop. Stop. This shit sucks. It's the worst. Not even. Introduction to alien races. That's tight as fuck. Alright, are we done? This is the worst. YouTube sucks. Instagram sucks. Twitter sucks. Google sucks. Amazon sucks. Twitch sucks. Everything sucks. Alright, the greatest. Actually, we do have two. You want to get into like esoteric Israeli folk songs. Yeah, nobody likes that. That doesn't make the fucking Billboard Top 100. Alright, here we go. Here's the greatest. Back in my public bitches tops. Well, tops are dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made it out of clay. And I made this giant candy. Dreidel, you will play. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made it out of clay. And I made this giant candy. Dreidel, you will play. That's not. Hold on. That's not. Stop. Stop. This is not fucking Blues Clues. What in the fuck? That's not the way it's sung. I don't know who thinks that's how it's done. But that's not it. I hate this more than life. Excellent. Cool. Excellent. Go fuck yourself. Ever else? that's still not the right version. It's like, boring. Got that beehive going. Do the right version, dog. Little channel, made it up, play. Went to John, maybe the channel I shall play. Little channel, made it up, play. And it's great, That's still not the right version. So my fucking daddy used to say, listen here, no one gives a shit about them. Are they right now? Are they in this fucking thing? No. They 5 rules. And I'm telling you, that's still not the right version. Shaboom. Shovel! What the fuck just happened? Sucks. Hey, dude, I'm Rabbi. Fuck yeah, if you got the right lyrics. Have a little dreidel, made it out of clay. When it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. Dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. When it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. After everybody, it's so short and thin. When it's just tired, oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. When it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. I have a little dreidel, made it out of clay. When it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. When it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. Oh, well, my Bobby used to get this. I don't give a shit about that fucking bitch, okay? This is my stream. You do it my way, and that's still not the right lyrics. Somebody's got to get this shit right. Oh, okay, I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. Let me die, please just let me play. When it gets tired, it's just a oh, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. And when it's dry and ready, dreidel I shall play. When it's dry, that when dreidel, I will play. Oh, dreidel, 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 I made it on the play. When it's dry, dreidel, I will play. Yeah, listen, bitch, you and your preschool and kindergarten Hanukkah song suck dick. That's still not the right lyrics. Let's see if Sesame Street has it right. Come on, Elmo. Elmo's Jewish? Dude, I can do a motherfucking great Elmo. Elmo! Elmo's Jewish! Elmo! Charlie? What the fuck kind of Jew name is Charlie? Chaim? There's Chaim. Charlie. Charlie's a name for somebody in the bush. Anyway. No one fucking knows. Dog, we eat jelly donuts and spit on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And why are there 9 fucking lights? Oh, great. This kid's a G. Shamash, baby. I'm just some shamash of this motherfucking crib. Oh, okay, that's really great. No, this sounds terrible. Fucking tickle me, Elmo. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's 50 celebrate. One of the more. Chicken was grow. Really what to see. You can see when you put it in the window. Hanukkah, Hanukkah, big babies, 8, 9, 10. It's Hanukkah, it's Hanukkah. There's a lullaby. Mama, the chocolate cake, the chocolate was there. All of them are in the eating of the people get their food. We were trying to go back to the house and put it in the house. We were going to put it in the house. Yeah, we didn't say anything. We told you what. Hanukkah, it's Hanukkah. You do it every night. It's Hanukkah. It's Hanukkah. This is horseshit. This is absolute bullshit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's count the candles. And do masturbate. Light the menorah. Let the candles glow. Where the Lord can see when we put it in the window. Everyone can see when we put it in the window. Hanukkah, it's Hanukkah. 8 days and 8 nights. It's Hanukkah, it's Hanukkah. The festival of lights. Hey! Sorry, really? She's a bitch. Everybody knows you're going to bitch. Well, I'm chili donuts. Okay, great. Anyway, say the real word. Say the fucking real word. Yeah, you know how it is. It's fucking super long. Everyone at Sesame Street is fucking Jewish. I don't think the fucking stuff up against is Jewish. Could have been. Need a big ass. Alright, so this shit sucks. Kids, they still don't know the fucking lyrics. Why? It's dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you how to play. And when you dry and wet, with dreidel I shall play. Those are the fucking lyrics. Ask anyone. What we think? This is Blue's Clues. This isn't even the real Blue's Clues. Who the fuck is this guy? Where's the other guy? No! Now I can go fuck yourself. Ew, this is weird. Josh sucks dick. This is the worst. What the fuck? Where's that other guy? Where's the other dude? No, it sucks. This is all the worst. No. This is the worst. Who the fuck is this cat? Calm down, ladies and gentlemen. I might do it out of place. I'm really trying to get over. See? All right, we'll go kiss my pussy babies. All right.
So how much milk is in the middle now?
4. Okay, yeah, dude, I got it right way before everybody else. Dude, it's longer, asshole. You do it like this? Who the fuck is telling you to do that? Fucking dog. Back in the day, dogs. This. Okay, trade. I made you out of play, and when you're trying, I will play. A is for horses, kids. Don't ever forget that. Kids are kids. Ashkenazi ass.
And there are 4 in the pie.
Why are you doing that?
How many does she get to take?
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Juice.
Because half of 4 is 1, 2.
This is the worst. No. Trailer. I make you out of play. And when it's fine, trailer. Sing the song for everybody. Give me that shit.
Guilt.
Oh, good. Where's your kipper, dude?
How much milk do we have now?
Like everybody? I get 5.
1, 2.
No, everybody can count that shit. This is the worst. This is the worst. Hey, I had more fun with fucking Jew Elmo. Nobody ever knew Elmo was Jewish back in the day. Elmo was a fucking crypto Jew on Sesame Street. Ask anybody. Anyway. Who is this fucking dude, and what happened to the other guy? Is that the end? Yeah, and when did Blue start becoming Jewish? Oh, these fucking crypto Jews on fucking Sesame Street. Nickelodeon. Is that the other song? Alright. There's like another Jew song. It's not Rothschild. This is real, live, Jewish excellence. This is amazing shit, please. Whatever they teach you in yeshiva, fuck it. This is only like that. There's a lot of excellent songs out there. Not too many songs. Yes. Let's say it's just kids. Here we go. Here comes Hanukkah. So much Hanukkah to celebrate Hanukkah. Hanukkah is. All right. You're the only kid now. With now an Xmas tree. You're just like you and me. Lights the menorah, so you just the listening late dinosaur. As you look at them, the Carnegie Deli, Bowser Shana, and Arthur Fonzarelli. Wow. All we have to put them together. What a fine looking shoe. You can spin a dreidel with every third and Mr. Spot. It's time to more Hanukkah. Never see those in the Hanukkah. Celebrate Hanukkah. The distance. Yes. Yes. And sister in heaven, mercy of yours, not too shabby. Some people think that heaven needs a students, but it's not. Yes, it is. All three students. So many Jews are in showbiz. Tom Cruise isn't. I heard his riches. Everything Hanukkah. It's time to celebrate Hanukkah. So turn your tin and Hanukkah and smoke your marijuana. Really, really Hanukkah. Happy, 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 happy Hanukkah. It's not even Hanukkah. Why are you doing it? Why not? Who the fuck knows what it is? In the year 20, it's like 21. Yeah, I think of it. Year 2030, there'll be two Hanukkahs in the same fucking year. And then the year before, it won't have any Hanukkahs. Maybe it's the worst, Let's look at real shit. In what year will there be two Hanukkahs and in what year will there be one Hanukkah? Two Hanukkahs in a year, one Hanukkah in a year. There will never be a year Hanukkah. That's correct. At least. There's a Yo, now tell me about the year 2130. There will be two Hanukkahs in a year. Oh, fuck yeah! Wait, is that correct? Got it. You answered at 2130. Let's break it down. Because the Jewish calendar is based on the lunar solar cycle, it doesn't align with the Jewish solar, which is purely solar. This causes the dates of Jewish holidays to superimposed. 2130 Hanukkah will begin Friday, December 9th, 30. Oh, so you have 2130, but you have two Well, I guess it's always everybody knows that. So how's this going? I'm not going to start. But it's something different. So I keep calculating. There's going to be a year where there isn't a Hanukkah, and then another year where there are two Hanukkahs. When will that take place? How many have it? Because from that 1 year could skip a Hanukkah. A leap month will be considered years to take place. That being said, two Hanukkahs in a year are a double. After the first Hanukkah starts late in the year, the next one will be very early. Oh, 2165. That's 2130. Excuse me. Anyway, so the first Hanukkah, it will start on the evening of December 24th, 2165. And the second one, the next Hanukkah will be let's see what just over it. But there is no one situation. Let's take a look. How could it happen? Let's see. If I can find it. And it spells something stupid. But check your facts. In the future, with a leap year, perhaps in the next 300 years, there will be 1 year that has two Hanukkahs and another year that lacks a Hanukkah. I guess this would probably happen in the Gregorian calendar. If Hanukkah would start very late 1 year and sometime the second year. Run this into the future and see when this is going to happen. Let's break it down. Look at this look. 1 year, Hanukkah starts very late, possibly on December, very late. About a year before the leap year, but there is essentially between two Hanukkahs in a short sprint, like consecutive years as opposed to that. When could this happen? 300-year future, this situation could very well happen in 2399. Leap years do the counting cycle of Jewish leap years. Know that the first time this starts on December 24th, 2399. Definitely the 2399 contact starts incredibly late after the the year of given the shift period of 1 year as the September so they December 21. The next period is two is the year could happen in 23. Either leap year. Does that make sense? I guess. I mean, it's always going to be on the pictures. Right? And all the shows are in the chat, which is working here. It's Jade with the shoe. So for So is this true? There's still something that tells me that we will. What is the absolute latest that climate can start? The latest that can begin is December. Okay, that's interesting. December 26th is the latest possible date for starting. The latest contact is December 26th in a year, when the 23rd century says the Jewish calendar okay. What's the earliest that so we had it one. We had this. Okay, well, I know. Yo, dog, isn't the moon moving away from the Earth at like a very slow speed? And that makes the month a little longer or something like that. Is that correct? Yeah, you're totally right. The moon is moving away at a very slow rate, 3.7. Really, really not. It's not as original tree, but how does it affect on the Jewish calendar? The Jewish calendar is moving slower, and for the Jewish calendar, with a 20-hour 30 day, the shift is extremely slow, but still noticeable over a long. So is it enough to shift time to date significantly? While the moon moving away at the interesting and the Jewish calendar is extremely gradual. So is it a gravity? So it's how it's going. Yeah. Alright. Adjustments in leap years throughout the most of 2021 over centuries of money that just receiving of just moving away. It doesn't have a major impact on their future because the Jewish economy is just over. Okay. Yo, dog, doesn't the Earth isn't the Earth slowing down and how quickly it's spinning? Actually, right, Earth is slowing down. Earth's rotation is slowing down. It's gradually slowing down every day with gravity and time. As a result, the day gets slightly longer over time. On average, the day length is about 1.77 seconds. All right. So imagine there are no adjustments to the Gregorian calendar. How long would it take for there to be two Hanukkahs in 1 year? Hanukkah is drip every year. So there were two Hanukkahs, one Gregorian year. Hanukkah is going to start in December of 1 year, and then the very next one will separate the year. In about 33 years, Hanukkah would shift right now from the first year, start moving up in the following year to create two Hanukkahs in a single Gregorian year. Okay, there you go. So in 33 years, I may experience that. And this would be like, oh yeah, I would have done it. And you were trying to figure out if the moon's slowing down or moving away, and the Earth's spinning like a fucking train. Anyway, it can happen. All right. Oh, but that's no leap year. Okay. It would take around 30. Okay, try it without. Just a simple question. When is the next time and what year will there be two Hanukkahs in a Gregorian year? Next time two Hanukkahs will appear in a Gregorian. I guess it's this year. That's December 5th. And next time for next year, December 14th. All right. And then after that, once every 30 or 35 years, when Rick becomes a Jewish religion, and the next church doesn't drink, and nobody cares. It's like the end of the fucking song. Alright. So my whole fucking life I had to hear the bullshit songs. And they've never spoken to me. Because they're always like talking about that fucking dude in a suit. We have to change his name. Instead of that SC dog, it's Rabbi Roths. But sometimes I say Rabbi Roths because it's just nobody's Roths. I guess it's Roths is fine. And what else? Well, Xmas is like 2 syllables, and Hanukkah is 3 syllables. It doesn't work perfectly, but I'm sure it's a bit of Alright, there's this fucking Bruce Springsteen song that's absolutely amazing. I just like the part where he's talking to Yo, dog, do you know that Bruce Springsteen song about the guy in the suit coming to town? Well, can you please make those lyrics for a Jewish audience? So what's the goal? Well, here's the thing, kids. If this ever takes off and people start to watch it, I'm going to be getting so much tail, it's unreal. I'm going to just start going for the top rabbits. Yeah, it is. But if we're living forever, then that's the worst thing up. Right? But anyway, and I'll go around like from city to city for Shabbats and other holidays. It's slave grade A campaign. Anyway, and I'll come down the chimney and I'll go have a shit if I need to. I'll go up the chimney. Oh, I'm not thinking that fucking song. Oh, I can say that. I love hoes. We want to make sure that hoes are in the future. Alright, so it's the rabbi's coming to town. The rabbi. Yeah. Right. Let's try this. No one likes this. I don't even like this. I don't want to do this. This is terrible. Uh, who likes this? That's what Alright. I like the part where he's like, what's your deal? Maybe you get a deal. I don't know. I'll get a fucking list and I'll check it twice. I can do that. That's not non-Jewish thing. I'll make sure everybody is um, no, reindeer. Reindeer are they're just animals. Are they kosher? If they do, they split birds. I've never seen that. Do reindeer ruminate? When you choose, yeah, they do. They're known as caribou. All right, so do they have split roads? Yeah. So they're kosher. Anyway, I could walk around with a big old sack, girls. So if I slip up and say any words, then we'll fix it. We should drive on. Just like a friend. What is that? Anyway. You ever go by that? Sure. Alright, are you done? Here we go, kids. Is there anything else about this song? I mean, I don't know. Are they talking about the guy with the boards? Motherfucker's got 2 more boards. I love this part. How you doing? He's just talking about the band. It's cold as a motherfucker out here. Oh, it's cold as shit. Motherfuckers down on 5th Avenue. Hey, motherfucker. It's not Shabbat, you motherfucker. Nobody knows when Shabbat is. What? Oh, it's Sexmas time. We call it Sexmas, girls. Why? Because Rabbi's gonna fuck you. Clarence complaints. You've been rehearsing, motherfucker. You better be on Rabbi's good list. Hey, good list. Here we go. It's not that troublemaking motherfuckers. New Brunswick and fucking Camden, watch out. Better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, dominant. He knows that you're sincere. He knows if you've been good, you're very good. You better watch out, you better not cry. You better not pout, I'm telling you why. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. Rabbi Ross is to town. He's bringing girls out. He's bringing you cheer. He knows if you've been bad or good, you better be good for goodness sake. Better be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Rabbi Ross is coming to town. 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 Oh, that is amazing. Thanks, babies. All right. Is that it? I don't know. Something else. Yeah, that's something. What's another? Well, they got the fucking the Jackson Five. All right. So I saw this under the mistletoe. Mistletoe isn't even like it's like I guess we gotta make mistletoe Jewish. I don't know how to do it. You just take it like everything else. So I don't know. It's just natural, isn't it? Like, is it? Yo, dog, isn't mistletoe like poisonous or weed or something? Yeah, mistletoe is actually toxic to both humans and animals, including dogs. So yes, it's definitely poisonous. Yeah, this good. Anyway, watch out for trolling. Mistletoe. Anyway, but it's like a natural thing. All right, so how do we get the fucking trees? That's like a total not Jewish thing. And, well, I've seen it on the backtrack where they're like balls. I don't know. What is it? Holiday geometric decoration? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. I have what's it called? I've seen these ones before. Just anything that's not a fucking tree. You don't expect it. All right, so I put presents under that bitch. I mean, we're making up fucking holidays. We're not even gonna celebrate this shit in the future. It'll be festive. Anyway, I guess tonight is festive. Fuck yeah. Pizza strength in it. All right. Will there ever be two Festivuses in the same fucking year? And if so, would they become this festival? Question. Wow. Calm down, kid. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm trying to get laid over here. Mommy kissing round by rock underneath the mistletoe last night. Sleeping in sleeping tree. Downstairs to have a peek. Because that I was tucked up in my bed and fast asleep. And I have a rock underneath it. It's so snowy. Why? What a life it would have been if I had only seen. Honey kissing Rabbi rocks last night. Honey kissing Rabbi rocks. Shut the fuck up, kid. I'm gonna get in trouble. Shut the fuck up, kid. Somebody take your Rabbi rocks. Underneath his feet so slowly. What it would have been if bloody had only seen. kissing my heart. Shut the fuck up, kid. You didn't see anything. Go back to bed, you little shit. You bastard. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Is that it? Alright, so then you just change the word Xmas. It was Rabbi's birthday. Alright, there we go. That works. Give me some fucking lyrics though, because I don't know. I didn't memorize every fucking George Michael song of all time. Alright, are you done? People are gonna wonder, yo, is this Rabbi gay? Like George Michael? Fuck no. I slang dick like it's going out of style. And I will tell you this. Usually we're like, oh man, oh my God. Okay, well, in this case, it was like, oh yeah, this one's straight as a fucking hair. Alright, are you done? Shout out to Andrew Ridgely. We'll give him credit for like, you know, people wear like shit on their like word shirts. He gets Alright. Here we go. You like this song? It's got a saxophone. It ain't the same kid. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day was Rabbi's birthday. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day was Rabbi's birthday. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Oh, this is really great. I like it when you were singing about Sexmas. It was amazing. What does Sexmas mean? What does it mean to you, kid? To me, it means I'm railing your mom. Once bitten and twice shy. I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's been out of me. Fuck you, Sexmas. I wrapped it up in sex. Fuck not. I'm going in raw dogging, girl. When you got meant it. Now I know what I do right then. But if I kiss you now, I know you fool me again. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day was Grandma's birthday. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day was Rabbi's birthday. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Oh. Let it go. So long. It's on the shoulders and brow. It's never happened with the fire in his heart. A man undercover, but you told me apart. Now I found you, I'll never forget again. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, it was Rabbi's birthday. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Xmas, I gave you my heart, the very next day was Rabbi's birthday. This year, save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. I wonder if we'll never find out. A man undercover, but you told him about. Maybe next year, I'll give it to someone special. Give it to someone special. All right, so I so you're just going to hear my rendition. I still fucking shit. But since I don't know what it means and I don't feel like reading it, English, just Jose. Shout out to the Latino community. Maybe the first Spanish song of Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your pretty sea. I don't even know how to say it. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your pretty sea. I just wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. A sparrow on your felicidad. There you go. Alright. So this is a pipe song. Shout This song always made me fucking sad. And I'd always be like, what? Dog, get this. If you do this shit, I don't fucking listen to you. Nobody wants that. Teacher, I'm fucking stupid shit. Don't, if you know that people are gonna be singing this shit. This song always made me feel really guilty. Like, and what have you done? I think shit, this shit. But still. Anyway, this is the worst. This is sexless. And what have you done? Another year over, and a new one just begun. And so this is sexless. I hope you have fun. Near and dear. The old and the young. A very sexless and a happy new year. Let's hope it's a good one. So this is Xmas, a weekend for summer, refreshing the poor ones. The world is so young, and so happy Xmas, for black and for white, for yellow and red one. Of all the fire, a very merry Xmas, and a broad sunshine. Let's hope it's a good one, without any fear. So this is Xmas. What have you done? Another year over. Who won't just be and so happy Xmas. I hope you have fun. The near and the dear one. The old and the young. And very Xmas. And a happy new year. Let's hope it's a good one. Without any fear. Whoa, it's over. Where did you I was walking the shul, I think, let's see here, moving. What the fuck is this shit? Probably around 57. I remember distinctly. It could have been around there. It could have been around there. And somebody had their window down as I was walking the street. And I could hear it. Ah. Anyway, alright. What's this song? I don't know how fucking crazy this shit song. Didn't fucking didn't you have something? You did? I don't know. What the fuck? Charles Schultz is trying to. Alright. What's the one that oh no, there's the one that's like there's the other one, but there's the animal and the alpha. Okay, so we'll do all title one. Alright. Hold on. This German shit sucks. The ones who are fucking chat people who are sending pictures. Watch it. Pardon me. You're so big. Oh, it's gonna snap your head. Really? Alright. Make the song O Tannenbaum Jewish, but instead of Tannenbaum, make it Teitelbaum. I don't know. No, dog. No, it's Teitelbaum. So this could just be about a fucking tree. Wood, date. Alright. Victory, peace, and security. Just like this one. Alright, so I don't know, make it about a fucking date poem instead of fucking everything, dog. Chat GPT, it's sucking dick. Yo, dog, please make the song O Tannenbaum, O Teitelbaum, and instead of being about an evergreen, please make it about a date. No, you just do it. This is it? Man, I'm amazing. Does it have lyrics or is it just an amp? Oh, shine on, drum and all you stand with arms that stretch out to the sky. Your fruit so sweet and grand. Oh, tidal bond, oh, tidal bond. Your shade is cool and wide. In desert land you give us light and shelter from the tide. Oh, tidal bond, the tidal bond. Your branches wave so high. You thrive where others cannot grow. Under scorching sky. Oh, tidal bond, tidal bond. Your gates are cold and bright. A gift from nature, sweet and rich in the morning of night. Oh, tidal bond, how strong and tall you stand, with arms that stretch out to the sky. Your fruit so sweet and grand. Oh, tidal bond, oh, tidal bond. Your shade is cool and white. In desert land, you give us light, shelter from the tide. Oh, tidal bond, oh, tidal bond. Your branches sway so high. You turn others cannot grow under a scorching sky. Oh, tidal, oh, tidal bond. Your gates are open and a gift from nature, sweet and rich in the hot desert night. Oh, tidal bond, oh, tidal bond. You oh, tidal, oh, how strong you stay with arms that stretch out to the sky. And you oh, tidal bond, you show as a night you promise light and shelter from oh, tidal bond, your days are long and dry. I get my way just sweet and rich in the home that you find. With arms that stretch out to the sky, your fruit so sweet and bright. Your so sweet and shout out to Rabbi you've always been nice to me as a colleague. Shout out to your family. Shout out to the Title Moms. Shout out to Rothschild. Shout out to Rabbi. I That's it. That's all I want. Anyway, what's that one song that goes? La, 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 la. I don't know. It sucks. I can tell you that. It sounds anything. Okay. All right. Kind of sounds like oh man. We're so good. All right. Easy. Okay. Dr. Charlie Brown, that guy, or this place oh, Jewish friends here? Jewish club? Oh, hey guys, did you not know that sooner Presidio sucks dick? This even happens in Opera fucking. What is this, Opera? Opera? It happens in Opera browser. Please don't be. Candle shine bright, the glowing peaceful night. Dream of sweet, the sound of breeze such was time and sea, and celebrate the day, the morning, enjoy the show. Get your song. How much can you see this? All right. Are you done now? It's what it is. Enough practice, please. I and calm down, baby. I get that. Song isn't over. Happy Christmas, we got the let the celebration begin. Sex must time Let's celebrate the heat. Dude, this song has not do you know that? Can't see. Can't see. I don't know the whole fucking thing, dude. Just the sugar plum berry. What? Dude, so you're just gonna talk over it? I don't know. Have you ever seen this? Well, have you ever seen the nutcracker? Maybe I've seen some fucking rabbits that could probably unhinge their jaw like some kind of reptilian snake. Damn, bro. Calm down. I guess nuts would be pretty good. I think they're pretty healthy. Anyway, what is this? I like that part. What is that? An oboe? Sounds like an oboe. Could be something else. Anyway, what the fuck is the sugar plum tree? Is that like a guy from West Hollywood? Can you even say that anymore? I don't think anybody. I don't know. I'm sure some rabbits out there probably teach you a thing or two about it. That sounds painful, to be honest with you. Bitch, calm down. The woman wants to tea back. Lady, Boston Harbor, 18th century, which is the 1700s, approximately. Historically correct. Anyway, calm down, woman. Steep me, Rabbi. What does that even mean? You want me to take my balls and shove them in your mouth? I guess that's what your thing is. Anyway, weren't they just like soldiers? Looking like motherfuckers outside of Windows Palace. And stupid as fuck. Alright, is that the end of the song? She calls him, dude, hurry it up. Right, there you go. There's the dance of the sugar. Anyway, is that the end of your story? I don't know. What else you want me to do? You did the peanuts thing. Okay. Give me something to fucking. Alright. You probably do, but like sexually. What's talk about something. Alright, we could do that. Bobby, hey guys. Sundar doesn't know what the fuck. Suck my dick, suck my dick, suck my big cock. Suck my big swing and suck my big ring. Snowing and blowing, nothing but hands. Down the jingle and the big. Suck my big, suck my big, suck my big cock. Stuck my balls in your fucking mouth. I am gonna have sex with your mouth. In the frosty air, what a bright time. It's the right time for her to suck my cock. Suck my cock, girl, it's just swelling. Get laid in one horse sleigh. Suck my dick, wiggle your feet. Mingle all around my cock. Mix and mingle in the jingling feet. Dance and suck my cock, rock. Suck my dick, suck my dick, suck my big cock. Suck my fucking balls. I am going to shoot all of you. I'm gonna paint your cervix to the bright time. It's the right time to suck my fucking dick. Suck my dick, girl. My balls are swelling. I'm gonna come your fucking voice. Suck my dick, fucking girl. I'm gonna drill you. I'm gonna hit you with this darn so hard. You're gonna have mushroom prints on your cheeks, girl. That's the suck my dick. That's the suck my dick. That's my suck my big cock. Where's the guy who's there, kids? All right, are you done? That was terrible. Shit. Oh man, dude, the Supremes or somebody did a fucking really good version of this or something. That's that one, of course. I don't know, did the Supremes version of that? Oh, oh, man. I didn't see the what is this? I don't want to sing it. Oh, huh? Dude, oh, what's this? Really? Supreme. Like the pizza. La 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 Alright. Thanks, baby. From the top, you're so right. Hey, girl. Oh, what? I'm gonna be Hanukkah, girl. Okay. La 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 Happy Hanukkah, girl. Worst song ever. No, dude, it's so fucking iconic. Who sings it? Alright, try to listen, you just made your cover, included festivals, change all of the lyrics to classic art songs, and made them your own just so you could fuck on it. You're a straight shooter, kid. I saw mommy kissing Rabbi Ron underneath the mistletoe last night. She didn't see me, understand and have a feeling. Thought that mom was stuck up in my bedroom last night. And I saw mommy tickle Rabbi Rock underneath his beard of snow. Wow, what a record would have been if Daddy had only seen mommy kissing Rabbi Ross last night. For anybody out there listening, we are turning all of the classical songs volume into Jewish songs. Enjoy yourselves. We sang Dreidel Dreidel. We sang the Hanukkah song. We're going through all the classics and making them our own. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. No one gives a shit about your opinion. Then I saw mommy tickle Rabbi Rock underneath his beard so snow. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen mommy kissing Rabbi Rock last night. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen mommy kissing Rabbi Rock last night. All right, friends. What's the next traditional story holiday song we're gonna pitch to a Jewish song? Well, I don't know these songs, but we've got Don't Suck. dancing Rabbi, underneath the mistletoe last night. God says never be. You are tucked up in my bedroom as sleep. Then I saw my tickle at my rug underneath. Yeah, oh, we will ever be. And then the end of the scene. And applause. It's been a rose. Alright, what else is there? There's this song that stupid bitches think it's a check. What is this song? What's in this drink? Cinnamon? It could be, I don't know, marshmallows? Fuck you, don't do the thing. Oh, they're doing that thing. I'm like, I was gonna say, they always do the talking at the beginning. Just get some fucking song, yo. I'm really can't stay, but it's cold on my side. Never been around, it's cold outside. You can't be, you can't be down. It just can't ever talk to you. What's your name? Look your face in the love that you maybe just the everything worth some records on the line. Maybe it's really maybe it's cold outside. Kids, back in the day, some bitches got a fucking dildo up their ass the wrong way. And they were like, oh, what's in this drink? Oh, let's write a fucking article about it. It's like, look, bitch, I don't give a shit what you in the Huffington Post think about this song. Could have been cinnamon, could have been marshmallow, could have been chocolate powder, could be whipped cream. I don't know, but nobody is wanting to root for you, okay? Not the whole world. I understand. You may think that they're that attractive. Maybe you are. Maybe you are just my number. But nevertheless, it's just a normal Coco. Go outside. Could have been a candy cane, bro. Then get your ass home, girl. Get out. Come on. I'm not even gonna let you put your shoes on. You go freeze your feet off in the fucking snow, you stupid bitch. Thinking I'm gonna lose you. Just wait till I'm gonna get a hooker or something. This night isn't over yet, baby. That bitch will probably appreciate me making her some hot milk though. Really good. Baby, really good. And it's cold. Oh, we will go out in the fucking snow, girl. You gotta know. You're talking about how cold it is, how much fucking snow's out there. I'm born with you. You're okay with well, what's in the street? I don't know. But it's marshmallows, chocolate powder, sprinkles, whipped cream, cherry. How this song gets made. This is the hilarious thing. We have songs that are like, I'm gonna beat up and put you every fucking day. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's let that play top 40 radio all the time. But this song, oh my word, oh, I gotta burn my bra over this. Oh, no, no. You can burn your bra for other stuff. I mean, I'm cool with that. But this song, oh, no. Okay. And you're, I don't know. You don't have to drink it. If you want, you can just sit there, wait for the storm. And shit, this is dog. All right. Yeah. Why not? Yo, dog, can you please make the reference song to a Jewish song? Is it designed to provide this kind of product? Yes. This is exactly what it is. Because this was material. All right, here we go. Chestnuts roasting on your carrots frying. You ladies in white and folks dressed up like that. So why didn't people go after this song for being like anti-Eskimo? Because really, we know that those are the shout out to the people. I knew it. Anyway, nobody put the shit over their King Cobra. They take those people because somebody had to sit on it. Anyway. We make this with their eyes all of gold. We'll find it just you know that Rabbi Rothschild. Every night, the candle will shine before sunrise. And so I'm offering this to you and your family everywhere. All your be bright and happy future. Happy Alright, are you done? I had to take a whiz. That's like fucking Stevie Wonder song. If this isn't the right one, what is Stevie Wonder's most famous song that would go on a non-Jewish holiday record? Question. Superstition. That's tight. Hey, go! Start showing results now, you bitch. I bet this shit isn't recorded. Guaranteed. Guaranteed this shit isn't recorded. Worst stream ever. Shit. Sunday at Sexmas? I don't even know what the song is. And guilty toys, playing with bombs, and for your toys. And you just have to run, hearts will see, and I'm free. Sunday at Sexmas, there we go. When we have learned what sex is for. When we have found what life really worth, there will be peace on earth. Someday our dreams will become to be. Someday in a world where free. Maybe not the time for you and me, but someday at such a time. Someday at such time, we'll see our land with no hungry children, no empty hands. One happy morning, people will share a world where people care. Someday it's that when we know tears, and then we go and no man has fears. The shining moment, incredibly in our world today. Someday I'll my dreams will not be. Someday in the world where I'm free. Maybe not in time for you and me, but someday at Christmas time. Someday at Christmas, when my wife fly out, you will be gone. Someday in the world, we can find with hope and be high. Someday all the people come free, and live in a world where we're free. Not in time for you and me, but someday there's a first time. Someday, someday, alright, it's at the end of the podcast. Why? Because these aren't my songs. I don't fucking know. What? Okay. Lyrics, dog. Lyrics. It helps me. What's that to you, Stevie? Hold on a second. Really? Oh. When it's the second. Oh, yeah. So burning low. Like the mistletoe. Lots of snow and ice. Everywhere we go. All the singing carols. Right outside my door. All these things and more. All these things and more. What Xmas means to me, my love. That's one thing to me, my love. I see your smiling face. I never seen before. Even though I love the magic, sweet I love you more. Oh, no, how you did me. All these things and more. All these things and more. Xmas means to me, my love. Just no something to know. You love me. You could say all the time. Mistletoe. Kiss you once and then some more. Kiss you very Xmas, baby. Kiss you very Xmas. Sing sweet song now. Feel like sweet and music. Really, really nice. Go to sleep and wake up just before daylight. All these things and more. All these things and more. What sex must be to me, my love. This left me to me, my love. Anyway, is that the end of your story? What's that song called? Is that it? Oh man, nothing says wonderful sex this time. Synthesizer. Yeah, we, we, Blues eyes, spirits up, we're here tonight, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The party's on, the feeling's here, that only comes this time of year. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Children sing their song. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Word is out about the time, so make the glass. Oh, don't look down. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. The twilight children sing their song. They practice all year long. Ding dong, 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 ding dong. Party's on, spirits up, we're here tonight, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Mood is right, spirits up, here tonight. Oh, and that's enough. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. I mean, like, the Carpenters are fucking bomb as fuck. But you just want to leave it on to all it's Xmas, Rothschild, I think I would want wish to be a special one for you. Shout out to LBC Home of the Carpenters. Said Mary Xmas, darling. We're all that's true. But I keep breathing and in my dream. I feel that same way. Holidays are joyful. There's always something new. But every day is a holiday when I meet you. Menorah, I wish you could see. I wish it every day. Lots on the fire, fill me with desire to see you and to say that I may wish you a good happy New Year to you. I just want to wish on this Xmas Eve. You wish I would. So, Rabbi, is Xmas a different holiday than Hanukkah? And it was on your fire, fill me with desire. It's you and to say, I wish you and Happy New Year, June. I just want to wish on this Xmas Eve. I wish I were with you. I wish I were with you. Xmas, Merry Xmas. It's the whole world. And it needs more people. So this is essentially like increase the amount of Jews that are from a male Jew identifies as a group. That Jew identifies in collectively relationship they can take in marriage. And beat that pussy up like a formula style. Anyway, people remember this in the future. And Israel is like superpower. Anyway, are you done? Listen. Please. There it is. So when is Xmas? It's like around, it's kind of around festivals and kind of Hanukkah, which is always the 25th of Kislev. Yeah, when is it? Around festivals. But also, it's around Hanukkah. Bells will be ringing, the sad, sad news. Oh, what a Xmas to have the blues. My baby's gone. I have no friend to wish me greeting once again. Choirs will be singing silent night, sadness and carol. I can't go out. Please come home for sex, man. Please come home for sex. Man, for congratulations and salutations. Sure as the sun shine above. But this is sex life. Yes, sex is like you. Somebody with you want to love. So won't you tell me, little that roll, sex and New Year, if I you home, there'll be no sorrow, no pain and pain. I'll be happy once again. How did the Eagles get involved with Sexmas? I don't know, it was sometime around Festivus, and then they also had it was around Hanukkah. There'll be no more sorrow, no grief and pain, and I'll be happy. Sexmas again. That was. This is the worst. I haven't had it over for shit. I got to pee. There's a lot going on in this area. Alright, now what? I don't know. The camera's on the race. Alright. What about the little drunk? Don't you think about it? One of these songs is talking about. I gotta take a piss. Dude, do you have the lyrics? I gotta take a piss. They told me, a newborn king to see, our finest gifts we bring, to set before the king. Oh, to honor him, shit. Little baby, I am a poor boy to I have no gift to bring. That's fit to give a king. I play for you. On my drum. I gotta take a shit. and be united. If I stand and have time, what kind of what is that? I played my drum for him. I played my best for him. I gotta piss. I'm leaking. When he smiled at me, me and my drum. Oh man, I gotta food. So my drum and I. My drum and I. Oh, this is great. It's, we need to make fun. Oh man, I got a shit. Man. Oh man, I gotta take a dump. Get that song with the wait. Alright, this song when I was a kid was the biggest song. They always said it was like the biggest fucking song. I'm gonna listen. Oh, alright. God, here we go. This was the biggest song. It's huge. Oh, I gotta piss so badly, kids. I'm leaking. I'm like a water balloon that's like what the hell? Dreaming of a white sex man, just like the ones I used to know, where the trees listen and let you listen to hear the world in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white sex man with every sex must go. Have to write this What's that one where the one? Oh, sex months, just like the ones I used to know. Is like my letters like one on the tree tops with sun and children listen to hear play the simple song. Sex man, every sex was mine. I am leaking. May your days be merry and bright. And that's so bad. Not even gonna judge it. I'm gonna stay focused. What's the name of the oh, oh, the boat. Oh, shit, this. Do what? Lyrics. Dreaming of a white sex love, just like the one I used to know. But in the day, first time, first thing you hear, play bells, sound like there's no. Sex love, every sex is not Hey, thanks for the question. There's a memory and Sex love feels like the one I used to know. I'm a wild sex love, and every sex is now. Dude, no one wants this shit at the beginning of a song. Is that it? Is this that nothing that's Yeah, it's not when a water balloon hasn't been tied off yet, and it's like just that's not glad. It's like people are treating like a trampoline. Oh no, dude, no. It's like you just do it. What are the lyrics? What are the lyrics to Jingle Bells? But it's like dashing through the snow, or Chevrolet, something like that. Dashing through the snow. It's not good. I don't know. Oops. Okay. Dude, I don't know. Give me Sinatra. I'll do it. I got a guess. It's like somebody using my ladder and with a track. Jingle bells, Batman smells. Hold on. Hold on. Jingle bells, jingle. No, it's not. Jingle. No. Jingle bells, Batman smells. Robin laid an egg. Batmobile lost its wheel and Joker got away. Hey, jingle bells, Batman smells. Robin laid an egg. Batmobile lost its wheel and Joker ran away. Dashing through the snow in one more Chevrolet. For the fields we go, laughing all the way. Down theory. Joe, Mother is to ride and sing a sleighing song. Sleighing dick, baby. Oh, 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 oh. It's the guy with the boards. Oh, 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 oh. Jingle bells, bat, blood smells, bat, blood down the way. Joke about it. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. There was something about what is it? Or something? Oh, that's what my there would be like things that when I would watch the show, I would put the good there. I just watched that part. Which is difficult because I was singing a conference on the show. Okay, I got a fucking whiz, man. All right. Okay. Good. Gene Autry. Get your shit. What's the one you know? Comet and Cupid on a canvas. Why do we all the most famous rabbi at all? Rabbi the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you might say all of the other rabbis used to call him names. They never had a rabbi joining any rabbi game. Then one foggy Xmas Eve, Rabbi came to say, Rabbi, if you're all so brave, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? When all the reindeer rabbis loved him, as if he really had to pee. Rabbi, you know the best. You'll go down in history. Kids, you know what a trampoline is? Imagine jumping on one of them. But it was my bladder. I'm leaking here. Kids, whatever it is. Man, trying to hold it together. Oh, man, foggy Xmas Eve. There's nothing. Rabbi got to keep in mind. When the weather's lovely, yes, they are running in the field. Dog, instead of doing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, can you please make it Rabbi related so it'd be like Rabbi the ba whatever. Rabbi the wise old guy. Okay, this is cute. I gotta piss though. No, I gotta piss. Rabbi the wise old scholar had a bit of Hawaiian gray, and if you ever saw him, you'd see him as a soul today. All of the other rabbis used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rabbi join in any town or game. Then one small recess Eve sure was full of cheer. Rabbi came with four Rothschild, and all the people cheered here. Rabbi the old scholar, as he shouted out with glee. Rabbi the wise old scholar, you'll go down in history. Poor dog, you can do like George Washington, and you can do this like water. Alright, this is the first. Really? I have. Alright, this is the first. I know. There was one that was like, oh, there's that song about hitting a lady. Oh, when I was a kid, we used to anyway, so I would say instead of walking on the Wonderland, I have this thing too where as I was a little kid, I would steal my grandfather's underwear and then wear it and then steal it. There's nothing. That wasn't. But I don't have to. Anyway, this is the. Anyway, this is just my. Oh yeah, it started 36 seconds ago. Oh, this is the first. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in Grandpa's underwear. It stays so walking in Grandpa's underwear. In the meadow we can build a snowman. When we finish washing the ground, they'll say, are you please say no? But you can do the job when you're in town. With your style, just be free, flying a plane. The slips in the night, walking in Grandpa's underwear. I got this kid so bad. Really? Yeah, I got this shit too. I'm sure my broken shoes do all kinds of other things. But walking in the street, oh, this is really bad. Really? You go one time. Sometimes I forget about it, but it goes like, and then it kind of really. In the meadow, we can build a snowman. And it doesn't just want some ground. They'll say, I do really say don't know. But you can do the job when you're in town. We're all the spire. Every dream, not a fire. Yes, every day, every day. Walking in Grandpa's underwear. Walking in Yo, Rob, can you help me make the Brenda Lee song into a Jewish song? Rockin' around the Nora. Rockin' around the Nora. What is this? I got a kiss. You can tell when my legs are moving around how bad it is. And then when I really have to listen, oh man, I'm leaking. Is this gonna fucking go? This is the worst. Ah man, I got shit. Rocking around the menorah at the Sexless party. Rocking up Brian and Drake's home. Rocking around the menorah, right candles every night. Yelling and yell to share with the boy that fills the air. Everybody's been dancing, dreidels spinning round, dreidels spinning round and round, while the candles go so high, round and round. The man no round like the miracles unfold. In the season of my life, we will tell the story bold. Grandma's got a face, Grandma's got a face, he is speaking, he doesn't know which way it's gonna come out the back, the front, he might even puke if he has any more Alfredo sauce. Oh man, it was really bad the other day, kids. I was you could have gone either way, bang bang, geometry, you will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices singing, let's be jolly, deck the halls with the bottles of holly, knocking around the menorah and happy holiday. Everyone's dancing merrily in the new old fashioned way. Oh man, I got a week's like a motherfucking kid. Okay, that was really great. How about Frosty? Oh man, I gotta shit myself. Just why do you think oh, so you're playing it up. Oh, I just want to get through these frankly. Snowmen are Jewish. They're wearing hats outside. Better than most of you are. Hey, how about you shut the fuck up? Oh, it it, so Frosty was actually Jewish, kids. Really? He wore a hat outside. So did everybody like 30 years. What shit happens? You never know. Might have been so excited. Why? Why not? Frosty the snowman was a jolly and happy soul, with a corn cob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of gold. Frosty snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He's made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day. There must have been some mystery in the house because they found it. When they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. If Elmo can be Jewish, Frosty the snowman was around. He could be that Frosty. The children say he could laugh and play. He was the same as you and me. Thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump. Look at Frosty go. Thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump. Over the hills and snow. Oh, Frosty the snowman, the sun was hot that day. So he said, let's run, we have some fun now before I melt away. Down to the village with the broomstick in his hand. I'm here and there, all around the stairs and catch me if you can. I have to face me head and down the streets of town and through the traffic stop. And you only cross some moment when you heard him holler squawk. Frosty the snowman, never heard him on his way. You live with us and don't you cry, I'll be there when you someday. Thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump, where did Frosty go? Thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump, over the hills and snow. Okay, is that the end of your fucking story? I don't know these songs. What are the 25 biggest holiday songs? Not Jewish holiday songs. Fucking is. Oh man. Oh. Man, I got shit. Oh, man. Oh, you really? Oh man, I got a whiz. I got shit. Come on, dude, go. Shout out to the Fontaine sisters. Would you just go? Sing the fucking song. I got pissed. Beginning to look a lot like sex mess. Everywhere you go. Every looking at looking once again. Everything just everywhere to go. It's beginning to look a lot like sex mess. Flowers in every store. The place that you see is the body that you didn't know. I'm going to do a heard of Are you fucking serious? It doesn't stop there? Like sex mess. The bells will fly. And the record back the night is the hour that can take I have to piss so badly. Really? To that period where it's like, I really have to go and now it's like, okay. I have to pee. Oh, dude, there's a chipmunk. Beginning to look a lot like sex does. In the dark will start, and the breaking day now that the same like the day. Oh man, kids, you guys know what? I have to piss it. Oh, it's like there's no place like home for the holidays. And hot for the sunshine and the friendly day. For the holidays, the holidays, you can't get one sweet home. There's no place like home for the holidays. Getting wet in here. I have to kiss. What's that one? Is it? I gotta lose some of Oh man, I gotta do this. Stop. That's a cool movie.